So my theory still remains the same. After Rose's death, I think Kyrie actually found out the riddle and then lured out maybe Hideyoshi to the mansion, and both Kyrie and Rudolph killed Hideyoshi, and then they covered up their deaths and are now roaming around. Maybe I think they found the gold and maybe are planning to kill the rest of the family. Maybe the guest house lobby was wrapped in silence. Strings of tension binding Krauss, Nazi, and Eva had already loosened. They were completely worn out, with their minds beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly, as though fighting their drowsiness.
大丈夫ですか、エヴァさん。やはり無理をせず、休んでいてください。大丈夫だって言ってるわ。
So now the adults have been reduced to just Nazi, Eva, and Krauss.
もう大人は私たち3人しかいないのよ。
Okay, Eva. Eva explained it for me.
休んでる暇なんかないわ。石にかじりついてる。
Oh, there's Nanjo as well,
ここも
I
死
think.
守するわよ。
But Nanjo is an elderly person, I guess. She spoke bravely, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that the fever, which had been called with medicine for a short time, had returned. It was very obvious that Eva's health was not good. Eva's mental health is also not good.
無理はするな。せめて目を閉じていたまえ。もし起こさねばならぬ時は必ず起こしてやるから。
But still.
だから平気だって言ってるわ。放っておいて。
Ooh. It seemed that she was already unwilling to budge. Krauss and Aunty realized that even if they talked to her anymore when she was like this, it wouldn't reach her ears. So without saying anything more, they decided to let her be. To Eva right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. It would probably be better for her body if she just sat there with her mouth closed. In truth, Eva was just a step away from being beaten down by drowsiness. Perhaps she sought back at them with temper because she was trying to rouse herself and throw off her sleepiness. The clock would be pointing to 6 in the afternoon very soon. She had several snacks to distract herself from her drowsiness, so she didn't feel hungry. But now her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 in the morning, not the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat came at precisely 9 in the morning tomorrow, they still have more than 12 full hours to go. It was an overwhelmingly long stretch of time. Long, painful, hot. Even the sound of the clock torments my body now. Times like this, when that person puts his hand on my forehead, the fever fades at once. That person no longer exists. As Eva's mind grew foggy, she was once again gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted.
私は間違っていたんだわ。どうして？
New Witch and Eva were fundamentally the same being. If Eva talked to her, she would always respond.
私は後宮家の当主の座さえ得られれば、それで満足のはずだった。それが、あの黄金の山を見た途端に欲が増えたの。あの黄金の山を独り占めしたい気持ちに駆られた。
それは恥じることでもなんでもないわ。だって後宮家の当主として当然の権利じゃない。他の誰にも黄金のひとかけらだって譲るものかってのよ。
This feels weird.
私がその誘惑にとらわれたから、あなたが生まれてしまったんだわ。あなたは私の少女時代の心であると同時に自分勝手でしかない。そのあなたがあの黄金の山によって芽生えた私の愚かな欲望のせいで、私の胸という卵の殻を破り、この世に生まれ出てしまった。あなたを産んだのは私の責任。
なら私が殺したローザとマリアも そしてルドルフとキリエと秀吉もあなたの責任ってことになるわ。
Oh man.
どうしてうちの人まで殺したのよ。
Oh man, that voice.
どうして
Oh man.
秀吉を殺す気はなかったわ。だってうるさくてしつこかったんだもの。その意味では私たちの、いえ、あなたの責任ね。あんなのを旦那に選んだあなたの責任だわ。
What does Eva Beatrice, the younger one, think about Hideyoshi actually? I don't know.
あなたみたいな子供にあの人の良さはわからないわよ。あなた。
I feel bad for Eva though, because I don't think that she. Maybe I think that she could have killed Rosa.
なんでよ。私たちは魔法で夢を叶えたのよ。気分の謎を解
With
いたわ。
Hideyoshi, maybe.
そして黄金を見つけ、当主の指輪を手にしたわ。
Maybe then Kyrie and Rudolph found that out and found out the gold as well, because Kyrie is very intelligent, so it could be that they knew that Hideyoshi and Eva had tried to kill Rosa and Maria in the garden, and then so as to kill one of the killers, they lured out Hideyoshi and killed him. Oh man, this is quite difficult.
すべての夢を叶えきったわ。それがなんで不満なの？
But still, my theories right now haven't been disproven yet by the red, I think. Because
それだけが全ての夢なんかじゃないわ。あの人と素敵な人生を歩んでジョージに素晴らしい人生を託す妻として母としてそれなのに
ooh, her younger self actually didn't like the family aspect, the being forced to be a mother thing, a wife, actually.
それはあなたが大人になってから勝手に増やした夢だわ。私たちの夢じゃない。
だからあなたは子供なのよ。自分さえ良ければいいの。そうよ。全て私が悪いのよ。あの時ローザの言うことにどうして私は反抗したの？どうして兄弟みんなに黄金を見つけたと発表できなかったの？
I think that's why it turned into this, I think.
全て私が醜いから黄金を独り占めしたくて芽生えさせたよこしまな心があなたを孵化させてしまった。
ひどい嫌われようだわ。
Ooh.
私たちは二人で後ろ宮エヴァなのに。
I like Eva Beatrice better than Eva, though. Eva Beatrice is 10 times better.
いいえ、もう違うわ。そしてそれはあなたが言ったのよ。私は後ろ宮エヴァ、そしてあなたは
That's why I'm
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
differentiating between them.
だからもう消えて。魔女なんておとぎ話の中にしか存在できない妄想よ、幻想よ。あなたなんか消えてしまえ。二度と私の前に現れないで。
ああ、そう。
Oh man. That voice. I need to hear that.
だからもう消えて。魔女なんておとぎ話の中にしか存在できない妄想よ、幻想よ。
I need to hear this
あなた
again.
なんか消えてしまえ。二度と私の前に現れないで。
わかったわ。あなたの前から消えてあげるわ。そして私はもう後ろ宮エヴァじゃない。これからは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェよ。もう好き勝手に遊んでやるんだから。あんたなんて知らないわ。ヘスデブカンで勝手に死んじゃえば。
Oh man. This give up and die thing, it's like a pet phrase of hers. It's so good. Oh. After having a very childlike tantrum, which would have once been another Ava vanished. Only Ava was left behind in the darkness. Yet she questioned herself.
私なの。私が彼らを殺したの。あの人。 してしまったのも私が殺してしまったの。
She could no longer answer that question herself. Man. Oh. It seemed that half asleep, she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe just as she was dozing off. Eva suddenly started coughing.
大丈夫かエヴァ夏日水を頼む。
はい。大丈夫だってば。
Ooh. Is Eva going to die of coughing?
むせちゃっただけなんだから。
Eva pushed away Natsuhi's hand as she tried to rub her back, and unsteadily rose to her feet. Come on, Krauss, it's time to do the Heimlich maneuver.
顔を洗ってくるわ。
Ooh.
ごめんなさいね、寝ちゃってたわ。
Is Krauss and Natsuhi going to die? I think that George is going to die as well.
戻ってきたらまたコーヒーを入れるわね。
There's no way Eva Beatrice is going to let Beato revive Shannon.
特に濃い。明日の朝まで眠気が来なくなるようなやつを。
Oh man, the world building is strong.
頼む。
Character building, actually.
ゴーダの入れるコーヒーよりお前が入れるコーヒーの方が私の好みに合うからな。
お世辞でも嬉しいわ。すぐ戻るわ。
Eva exited the lobby, heading for the bathroom. Krauss and Natsuhi watched over her frail back.
あなたもあれだけ犬猿の中だったエヴァさんに気を使うこともあるのですね。
I want to know Krauss's relationship with actually Rudolph, I think.
本来兄とはこういうものではないのかね。
ええ、それで正しいと思います。
I think that Krauss has maybe somewhat reformed himself as he grew older, I think. Still, he isn't willing to help out his siblings. Very natural, actually. Their debts are their own, I think.
ルドルフにもローザにも私がした兄らしいことといえばそれを王兵に語り彼らをいじめただけだ。父のようになりたくて私なりに必死だった。だがいつもそれは及ばずそのはけ口を彼らに向けてしまった。
In the end, it's all about it's all about Kinzo again.
しかしそれは言い訳にならん。エヴァにもまだ傷が癒えぬほどに深い心の傷を負わせてしまっただろう。悔いているが今さらそれを詫びたところでその傷が癒えるわけもない。
あなたがその気持ちを今だけでなく持ち続けることでその気持ちはきっと他の兄弟たちにも伝わりますよ。
Ooh, but they want to wrestle out money from Krauss, so it's a very difficult position.
今となっては他の兄弟もエヴァを残すのみだがね。
もしあなたとあなたのご兄弟が生まれた家が後ろ宮家でさえなかったならもっともっと普通な楽しい兄弟の関係であったでしょうに。
Yeah, it's all coming back to Kinzo.
それを言ってはならん。エヴァは生涯私を憎み続けるだろう。そしてその資格がある。私はそれを甘んじて受け止めるつもりだ。
あなた。
エヴァ、すまん。もちろん許さなくていい。
Oh, so many death flags across. Oh man, just as you were starting to get interesting, and now you're just speaking death flags, man. Ooh, Oh, here
も
come.
ちろん許さないわ。
Of
何を
course.
今さら。
Of course. Here comes Evatrice. Oh.
悪いと思ったなら、今すぐへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
Oh man.
やっちゃえ、シエスタ姉妹。
Oh. Get sniped.
45、射撃許可治療。
I saw something interesting.
飛行誤差修
in
正。
the- I saw a symbol for lambda. I saw it. I saw it. A symbol for lambda and the whole panel thing the sisters summon.
410データリンク。
It was too fast to see, but still I saw
410
it.
射撃許可確認。にひひひひ。射撃。
Oh man, I love Chester 410. I think that's what she's called. Together, the sisters released the magical bowstring they had ready. A beautiful trail behind the golden arrow, and it drew a lovely curve as it flew. It was just like a gold snake. It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front door of the guest house. Then it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problems at all. The gold snake raced down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right before it was the door to the lobby. When it flew into the keyhole, Krauss and Aunty were all ready. For an instant, Krauss thought he saw a gold-colored sparkle in the keyhole on the door. However, at the same time, he strained his eyes to see what it was. That sparkle bent like a web and attacked, wrapping itself around Krauss's neck. Neck? Wasn't the heart? Just looking at it, the gold snake seemed very supple. However, it was as though a wire had tied around Krauss's neck. While that snake choked Krauss, it extended even more and also tightened around Auntie's neck. Without even a chance to scream, their eyes bulged and it went into convulsions and then collapsed.
45、命中および死亡確認。
Oh man.
牽引曲線形成。補正点修正。410へデータリンク。410データ受領。死体牽引開始。2匹も釣れたに2匹。
Oh man. She's so good. Oh man, she's a waifu. The gold snake began to drag Krauss and Auntie's bodies back. Okay, they slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging their bodies, gradually increasing in speed, and rapidly pulled in outside the guest house. So the lobby was silent, as though nothing had happened. As though Krauss and Auntie had not been there since the beginning. Only the sound of the wind and rain remained, as if they were playing dumb, pretending to be the only ones there.
ごめんなさい。もう大丈夫よ。今コーヒーを入れるわね。
Eva returned from the bathroom, but no one was in the lobby. Even though they had supposedly been in that sofa until the moment she had choked and gone to the bathroom, they were gone as if they had been an illusion from the very beginning.
不用心ね。
Oh
二人揃って
man.
どこに行っちゃったの？
Eva put her hand over the sofa, as though as acting out a scene from a detective novel. She felt a warmth that meant that they'd been sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they went to do the rounds or something. For the time being, Eva sat down and waited for their return. But they are not coming back. Ooh. Maybe they were ambushed by Rudolph and Kyrie. Oh man. Dead angle. Beato and George could have been seen in the parlor of the mansion. George was kneeling near Shannon's body as though praying. His face was serious, and there wasn't even a sweat on his forehead. However, Beato was the same. Not that she had been handed her name over. Most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was still a very faint thing.
声をかけるな。手で触れるな。心の声で呼べよ。心の手で求めよ。そなたの強き思いだけがシャノンの失われた魂にわらわの魔法を届かせる。
George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as she wandered through the land of the dead. Beatrice turned that strong force into magical power that supplemented her own magic. This was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily without anyone's help. But now, if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed.
数百年近くも魔法と反言とはこんなにも辛い魔法であったか。
Beatrice was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive life was the ultimate hidden art. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. The abnormal thing was her previous magical power, which could have been used over and over with a snap of her fingers. So the heavy burden on her body and mind was, fundamentally speaking, extremely natural.
しかしこやつめの力、魔法を知らぬというのにかなりのもの。なるほど。さすがは金蔵の孫といったところか。
The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as magical power. At first, Beata thought it must be the blood of Kingzo, the sorcerer. However, that probably wasn't it. She had a feeling that Butler had already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved, and from that way he tried his hardest throughout his life. From the warm time spent together with Shannon, to the sight of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously, even though they only have a single one? It was only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and bottom of an Othello piece. If the black represented death, then she thought all you'd have to do was flip over again and make it white. However, it was just like a broken vase. To humans, in a world without magic, they cannot return things to their original form. It is very, very natural for them to bet their life and soul.
生死すら自在にする無限の魔女、死の山さえ越えられぬ有限の人間に。
This time the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that could never reside in witches, but didn't understand the value of a life. Why does this thing called the endless magic exist? Even though I called myself the endless witch, did I forget what endless magic means for 1,000 years? She looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Right now, even if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he would probably continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. So in that instant, all magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form. End of the daydream. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. But that just made me want to touch it. But the vase easily fell and smashed into pieces, like a bubble that had popped. It felt as though the time it possessed a form had been just an illusion. Lives are just that fragile, just that easily lost. I realized that my foolish curiosity had led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase wouldn't return back to its original form. A lost life will not return to normal, no matter what happens. I was frightened that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless, they had stolen away a life that could never have been revived again. Then I pitied that lost life and cried. I was frightened of myself, the one who was responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure grandfather will also cry the loss of his precious vase. Ooh, grandfather. Oh man. It still doesn't link up the age. Oh man, this is a difficult question, I think. I'm sure that all the people who love grandfather and see him like that will cry. The loss of a single life, the whole world can be filled with so much sadness. I cried even more at how terrible that was. Beatrice appeared and spoke.
ならばお嬢様、この壺を魔法で蘇らせましょう。それで皆が幸せになれるなら、壺も魔法も精霊たちも喜んでそのために力を貸し、元の姿を取り戻すでしょう。さあさあ、お嬢様、目を閉じて、私と一緒にお歌を歌いましょう。
It's building up so much for the inevitable end. Oh.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。そして思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。それはきっととてもとても美しい姿。どうか私にあの姿をもう一度見せておくれ。
Those words of power knocked forcefully on the door of the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed that same forceful knock. However, doing that in a way was horribly violent and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. But this time was different. It was very forceful, and yet gentle and loving. The dead near the door opened their eyes and called out to the others that were there. Was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead, and, trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul. However, they did not find it. Maybe... And then they found it. They found the casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It surely was Shannon's soul, sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket was covered with rose flowers, frozen in frost. She was sleeping in peace. The dead silently lifted that casket up. While at a glance, it looked like a funeral march. It had complete opposite meaning. It was solemn but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead were made to remember. They were loved after their deaths, and they were all given a warm sense of peace. Then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light. Shannon's body floated up out of the casket, offering their respect to this unknown member of the living, who had not lost his love for a person even after their deaths. Oh man. Okay, I will shut up about George, okay? Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. The jet black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen, reminded them of the gentle stars in the night sky which they had long forgotten. Oh man, the afterlife doesn't seem so inviting. George remembered being told that he must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, it felt like his heart was trying to jump into his throat, because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. Then those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which had called back her soul, slowly dissolved that fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Then her eyes moved and recognized George.
ジョージさん
As her lips shook weakly, Shannon definitely said that. Words were very faint, so much so that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard the person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved the most and who should have been dead, call his name once again.
シャノン、僕がわかるかい？
ジョージさん、これは夢なの？
いや、これは夢じゃないよ。だからほら、つねっても冷めないよ。
As George said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. This was how George had always responded in the past, when Shannon had been surprised by something, and had asked if she was dreaming. Then Shannon felt the warm touch of George's fingers on her cheek, and when George realized that the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved person's cheek, they both cried. What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate when they are reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up without talking. Shannon's strength was still feeble, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had, so George hugged her tightly to make up for that. To stop each other from going in once more to a place the other's hands couldn't reach, they hugged each other so tightly and yet so gently. As Shannon's fingers curled along George's back, on her ring finger, the engagement ring, George... Oh. That strong glint certainly wasn't just a sparkle of diamond. It was definitely a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. On her ring finger, the engagement ring George had given her definitely shone. It's because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beato understood. That ring. No. That feeling of the pair embodied that ring, were a miracle made real. In that moment, George definitely used magic. Beato had done nothing more than help him along. But magic had a power that can only reside in those who knew of the importance of life, who knew what it meant to try, with all one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one that the endless witch couldn't possibly know of, a miracle that only the power of the finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magical power exists in the place furthest away from she who called herself a great witch.
ベアトリーチェ様。
彼女が君を生き返らせてくれたんだ。ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
いや、わらわは何もできなかった。シャノンをよみがえらせたのはそなたの魔力、そなたの魔法、奇跡を成し遂げる後宮の地。確かに見届けさせてもらったぞ。
Oh man.
ジョージさんが
So much character development. So much character development all of a sudden means certain brutal death.
うん。わらわなど足元にも及ばぬほどの凄まじき魔力であったぞ。わらわなどまだまだ見習いの域を出ぬか。
So in competent stories, what you'll see is sudden backstory equals horrible death. Sudden character development for a villain equals horrible demise. Oh man.
今こそ身の程を知ろうぞ。
Beato staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted. She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, Beato had also used all her magical power, all her magical and physical strength, and she reflected upon how difficult it was to revive a single life, something she'd been able to play around with however she wanted in the past. The couple kept on embracing each other tightly. By doing that, those feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。君は僕たちの恩人だ。
ありがとうございます、ベアトリーチェ様。再びジョージ様に会わせてくださったこのご恩を決して忘れません。
よせよせ、愛し合う二人に感謝されては外道の極みと恐れられたわらわにはくすぐったすぎるというものよ。わらわのことは気にするな、存分に。再会を祝い合え。
Oh man. Beato, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this tired from using magic? I probably hadn't been this tired since the time I first succeeded in magic. Didn't teacher praise me that time? Oh, but didn't I kill the same teacher who praised me? Don't be so naive, Beatrice. Isn't that what killing means?
ようやく魔法の使い方を思い出したようですね。
頭ん中酸欠でカラッカラで思い出すもヘチマもねえぜ。それよりあんた殺したじゃねえかよ。現れるんじゃねえよ。
あなたが未だに私を生かしていますよ。だからこうして現れられます。
Oh man.
もっともあなたの頭を撫でに来たわけでもありませんが、
無様なわらわをわざわざ嘲笑いに来たかよ。それに隠居までした魔女が今さら頭なんか撫でられちゃ他の魔女の笑い物だぜ。
そうですね。一人前どころか現役を退いたと豪語するあなたなのに、今頃になって魔法の使い方を覚えたなど恥ずかしくて誰にも言えませんね。
だな、内緒にしてくれよ、お師匠様。
Oh man. Beato gazed at the couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency.
愛か。勝てねえな。
Oh man.
45データ治療
Oh!
射撃準備完了。弾種選定装填。
Oh?
410射撃。
I saw the lambda, but there were so many Greek words. So it doesn't matter. Gold snake arrow fired by the chesters weaved its way through the bushes in the rose garden. Weaved its way through the hedges and climbed the stone steps towards the mansion's entrance. Oh. Aiming for the keyhole. Oh. Oh, Beatrice is... Beato. It weaved through the corridors. It's gonna kill George, isn't it? And flew into the keyhole on the door to the parlor. It happened in an instant. One could hardly blame Beato, who was completely worn out for not noticing it beforehand. Right before Beato's eyes, the gold snake flew through the keyhole, surrounded by two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in a blink of an eye. Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. Oh man. Oh, I feel so sorry for Beato now. The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake. No, by that gold sewing thread, the new brutal witch's furniture. and it happened in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. After all, it isn't breaking easier than fixing. Before Beato's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor.
George. Shannon.
I mean,
あ
they
りがとう、ベアトリーチェ。わずかの間でも合わせてくれてありがとう。
George spent his last breath thanking Beato, and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake which still sewed the two in place, spun around in a layered cyclone, revolving around in the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further prey in that room. Oh man, here it comes, the confrontation, I think. Then, the tip of the snake met Beato's gaze. Oh. In that instant, Beato was prepared to die. At that moment, Virgilia stood in front of her, the fingers of both her hands drawing a seal. Instantly, gold-colored gold leaf buried the inside of the parlor. It was like a blizzard of gold.
ベアト、今のうちに逃げて。シエスタの黄金宮からは誰も逃れられない。
410標的疾患200魔法儀マシ
Oh man.
45了解索敵変更対人画像追尾方式標的再補足410へデータリンク410データ受領すっとろいに先代様来て来て来て着弾
Oh man. Okay, Chester 410 is very good. Prey targeted by the Chester sisters' golden bowl did not escape. It could not be blocked. A magical barrier could ever dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The gap opened during that instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception magic. It was Beato's only chance to escape, and it was only chance to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beato. As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through her heart. Oh. Oh, goodbye, Kumasawa. After sneaking through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and then Virgilia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beato as she used an instant to escape. Oh man, is George and Shannon going to be tortured now? As soon as Virgilia saw that Beato had gotten away, she died. The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased. Beato completely erased all traces of her magical power, came gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside. Oh man, here it comes. Beato felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course, she hated losing her teacher. And even more importantly, Beato was enraged at the barbarism that had been boorishly stolen away, reusing the reunion between two lovers. Beato had poured out almost all of her magical power to reunite them. Even though the result had been a miracle, the time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beato trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought about such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of the act she herself had committed up until that point. So, just as strongly as Beato hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. Now, she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. To think that chess player had descended, thinking that they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces. Oh. What?
45着弾確認標的資産
I need to see that again. To think that a chess player had descended, think they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces.
間違いなく先代様を撃破しました。また私たちの撃墜気象が増えちまうね。にひ愛し合う二人
Oh man.
引き裂いて一度合わせて二度もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめるだっけ
Oh man.
そのついでにあのクソうるさいババアまでさよならできて最高にご機嫌よ。ラノウェイ文句ないわよね。
ございませんとベアトリーチェ様。
あいつは魔女の碑文の儀式を妨害したのよ。第一の番の生贄を勝手に蘇らせて私の儀式を妨害したわ。文句言われる筋合いなんかなんにもないわよ。
Oh man.
しかしずるいなあ。あいつは死体を残さないのね。あのババアも思いっきり何度も無限にいじめ殺して遊んでやろうと思ったのに。
Oh, is Eva going to find the bodies maybe? Or maybe she'll become afraid.
ジョージが来てないわよ。いつ降りたのよ。
いつってあれは何時くらいだったっけ。
確か4時か5時くらいだったかな。
Ooh.
最低でも1時間以上は前だよ。
俺たち眠くなってその後は多分居眠りしてたし、でも多分ジェシカの言う通りだと思うぜ。
Ooh,
1
she's
時
gonna
間か
be
2時間
mad.
くらい前だった。
私もそのくらいの頃だと記憶しています。
Nanjo is a suspect, I think.
コーヒーのおかわりはいるかと聞かれましたからな。
Something hard to believe had happened. Apparently when Aunty Eva left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Krauss and Aunt Nazi had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked and were all locked from the inside. Not one of them was broken. That wasn't true for just the first floor. The second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. All locked from the inside. In other words, there was no way that Uncle Krauss and Aunt Nazi had gone outside. Yet, they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared, so had George Aniki of all people. George Aniki had left, said he was going to get more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We'd assumed he was having a conversation with Eva and Aunt Eva and the rest. Aunt Eva, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. However, 3 humans have evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect closed room. In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that it was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank. It's perfectly reasonable to assume they'd been caught up in this crime. When Aunt Eva had learned that her only son was missing, she had gone half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name. Jessica, who had suddenly lost both her parents, had chased after her. Cries of George, George, and Mom, Dad had continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It would be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion. But he didn't have a clue about Uncle Krauss and Aunt Aunty. Did they see him leave and then go to the mansion to search for him? Without even telling Aunt Eva? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to go search for him. When that time comes, I'll agree. We thought staying holed up in this guest house was safe, which was why our big happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here this morning. And yet now there was only 4 of us left. That means staying here no longer guarantees our safety. However, there's one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is a closed room. How did they manage to vanish from this place? I think it's simple. It's very simple. We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house.
どうやってでしょう。まさか隠し扉とかがあるとか。
No,
隠し扉
there's no need for it.
扉も窓も外から閉めることは構造上不可能です。
Kyrie is smart enough to sneak in and kill George and the others, as well as Rudolph helping her.
釣り糸の類を使ってもこの構造では無理でしょうな。となれば扉や窓以外から出たと考えるのが妥当でしょう。
They left via the door or a window. I'm sorry to say, but that's how it was done.
確かにそういう論法にもなるだろうよ。隠し扉が存在しないなんて断言は誰にもできない。しかしそういう発想に飛躍する前に俺はもっとシンプルな可能性も疑ってる。
And I think Nanjo helped them. As much as I like to disagree, Nanjo is an accomplice as well. Is an accomplice. Nanjo opened the window. Makes sense. Then closed it when Kyrie and Rudolph killed everybody. Yep. Definitely. That's a very easy explanation. For some time, Battler had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside, repeating this for each window.
この窓は静かだな。なるほど。この窓は他と違って建物の構造上風が吹き込まないわけか。
そのようですな。こんなにも外は風雨なのに雨も風も入ってこないとは不思議な気持ちです。
Nanjo is very calm.
南條先生、今窓を開けた時音を感じたかい？
いえ、気にはなりませんでしたな。よく油が効いていると思います。
つまり誰も見ていない廊下の窓からひょろっと抜け出すことは可能なわけだ。
And then have someone inside close the window.
しかもこの窓なら風も吹き込まないから風圧でカーテンや扉が音を立てることもない。静かなもんさ。
The only one in the second floor other than Battler and Jessica was Nanjo, so he could have opened it. Battler leaned forward and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped down. At a glance, he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain. And you're not going to see that. It's not a detective movie where tracks are easy to find. Sorry.
こういう窓が1階にもあるのかもしれない。誰にも気づかれずに表へ出ることは可能だぜ。
しかし扉はおろか窓は全て施錠されて鎧戸まで閉まっていましたぞ。出ることは可能でも閉めることは不可能。
Someone inside just has to lock them. Simple as that.
閉められるぜ。こうやってカチャン。
Yes! Battler, you're learning! Battler closed the window and locked it, as though this was perfectly obvious.
まさかバトラーさんは。
最後に中の人間が鍵を閉めればこんな密室は朝飯前だ。
しかしそれでは。
Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times, because the thing Battler had said had forced him to face a fact that was frightening even to imagine.
俺の想像したトリックならな。しかし こんなトリックを使えば怪しまれる人物は極めて限定される。
Didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, I'd been with him the whole time. Only Nanjo and Eva could have done it.
私はそんなことをしませんぞ。
Yep.
誓ってもいい。
I don't believe you.
となるとエヴァおばさんと南條先生のアリバイ合戦ってことになる。俺たちは二人とも怪しんでそれぞれを別々に監禁すればいいだけの話。逆に言えばこのトリックはもっと生存者が多ければ有効かもしれないが、これだけ人数が減った状況下では大して有効ではないんだ。
No, on the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. It would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside, to intentionally leave a door unlocked, or to break a window. Oh no, Battler doesn't realize there's more culprits. Oh man. Oh, it doesn't matter if I think they're willing to sacrifice Nanjo, man. I'm sorry. For them, I don't think. Man, Kyrie does hate Battler, huh? Oh, damn. Oh, this is gonna be hard.
もしこの失踪劇が今日の昼にでも起これば、俺は自信満々にこの説を発表しただろうよ。だが、この段階に至っては全然自信が持てないぜ。何なんだこいつは。一体何を意味してやがるんだ。この密室はよ。
やはりその。
なんだい、南條先生。思いつきでもいいから言ってくれよ。
Oh, he's going to snitch. Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he thought of something, so I urged him on. He's gonna speak. Oh, is there a 19th person on the island? After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying that it was a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud.
そのやはりこれは本当に魔女の仕業ではないのかと。
The wind is blowing, and I don't believe you, and I think that you misdiagnosed Rudolph and Kyrie on purpose, because when Kyrie pushed Rudolph aside, she also went into your room and spoke to you, right? I think that's might have happened. And then she roped you into her plan because she discovered the gold as well. If Rosa could have discovered it, then Kyrie could have. Now Rodolphe and Kyrie are outside, and you are their accomplice. Oh man.
バカバカしい。魔女なんているわけがねえぜ。
魔女は私たちに訴えたいのです。人間にはできないことをやってのけるからこそ、自分を魔女だと認めさせたいに違いないのです。
Kyrie could have easily made that into her plan. Come on. You're not fooling anyone, Nanjo.
私はこのゲストハウス全体の密室からの失踪は、そういう魔女からのメッセージだと感じています。考えてはならないのです。意味なんてきっとないのです。私は恐ろしい。
Oh man, Nanjo, you're so bad at lying. As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts that he kept imagining one after the other. When we went down the stairs, Aunt Eva and Jessica were enraged. And were each persistent in the desire to leave this place and search for their respective families. It was a desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. Aunt Eva told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking.
もう引きこもりはたくさんだぜ。
It's time for your turn, Battler.
俺も外の空気を吸いたくなってきた。
ああ、行くならさっさと行こうぜ。もうこんなところに閉じこもってるのは真っ平さ。早く父さんや母さんやジョージ兄さんを探しに行こう。
The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma.
残りたい人は勝手に残ってればいいわ。とにかく私たちは表を探してくるわ。
南條先生はどうする？一人で留守番してるかい？
私もご一緒させてください。
Oh, I think he realizes that he's an expendable pawn, huh? Oh, you're so dead, Nanjo. Rather than holding up alone in the guest house, whose security was by no means guaranteed, it would have been better to enter the danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aunt Eva had a gun. Going separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though this was a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black, while there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway. It didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in.
行くわよ。遅れても知らないんだからね。
Still holding her gun, Aunt Eva dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after her. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. Oof. What in the world is happening in this mansion, on this island? I've just been shut up in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday, so I didn't have anything about what's going on outside. Just what is happening that I don't know about outside this room, the mansion, on this island. Everything is happening, everything is proceeding, and everything is ending without my knowing it. Yeah, Battle didn't have a much turn in the human side of the story. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive. Nobody will be left alive. Oh man. Here it comes. The ending, I think. Oh, are they on the... Jessica's woeful voice echoed throughout the rose garden. Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rose and Aunt Maria had fallen and seen nothing, Jessica went to look in the arbor next. Normally, the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Maybe even Uncle Krauss and Aunt Nazi had days where they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here. Hell's halls, in that arbor, lay their corpses. At least they aren't drenched in the rain, like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. But there was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment.
どうなんだ南條先生。
考察ですな。ほらご覧なさい。首にくっきりと何か細いもので締めた跡が残っている。
だな。まさかこっちが主たる死因のわけはねえだろうよ。
Right there lay 2 stake-like weapons decorated with a cold design, which had been found driven into Uncle Krauss' thighs area, and near Aunt Nazi's calf. When we found these sticking out of my parents' foreheads and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of their parents' forsaken bodies.
これで頭、胸、腹、膝、足の5つをえぐられた死体が出たわけね。犯人め、殺してやる。殺してやる。第8の番まではこれで終わったわ。 続くは第9の番なの。魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。上等だぜ。魔女が蘇るってことは犯人が堂々と姿を現してくれるってことなんだろう。何が誰も生き残れないだ。私が殺してやる。
Man, Jessica says all these things, but she died herself on last episode.
父さんと母さんを殺した犯人をこの手で絶対に殺してやる。
18-year-old thinking she's invincible when people stronger than her had died to the culprits. And Rosa would shit on Jessica. Rosa herself would just fucking destroy Jessica. Jessica let her emotions flow out as she howled furiously. To avoid being crushed by grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger.
まだジョージが見つかってないわ。ジェシカちゃんたちはここにいたければいるといい。私は屋敷へ行くわ。
エヴァさん、バラバラに行動してはいけない。みんなで一緒に行動しなくては危険です。
兄さんたちはもうどうしようもないわ。でもジョージはまだどこかで生きているかもしれない。ここで時間を潰してる暇はないのよ。
As Aunt Ava screamed this, Jessica glared at her. If I had no more time to bother about the dead, she was more concerned about the safety of her only son, who has yet to be seen.
ジェシカちゃんはここでお父さんとお母さんのそばにいるといい。私はちょっと屋敷に行ってくるわ。バトラ君も南條先生もここにいてくれていい。
After arbitrarily saying this, Aunt Ava rushed out of the arbor. I called out to stop her. There was no way she would listen. However, being alone in this situation meant nothing short of death. If he silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die. But she has the gun. It's you guys, which... it's you three that are in danger. Since Aunt Ava was unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. And while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Krauss and Aunt Aunty were already dead, so there was nothing more we could do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to consult Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to break free from her grief, but what had suffered in its place was an expression like a demon.
私がこの手でぶっ殺して必ず仇を取ってやる。
Oh man, bravado words that don't mean nothing.
行こうぜバトラー。犯人を見つけたら邪魔をするなよ。私が絶対に殺す。
Oh man.
俺も親父たちの仇があるんだ。悪いが早いもん勝ちだぜ。
そうだな。ぶっ殺してやろうぜ。
At my words, Jessica finally seemed to feel like we sympathized with her emotions. She still had that dark expression, but I feel like Jessica had regained some of her sanity. We took off, chasing after Aunt Ava. Through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion whose large, intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. Dum. With this, the murders of the Evatrice had reached the 8th twilight, and then on the 9th twilight the witch shall revive, none shall be left alive. I will most likely lose my life. But at the very least, I want to burn the truth into my eyes. That's the only thing motivating to move more right now. We were both able to meet up with Aunt Ava, who had been having trouble with the lock in the front door. It seemed that all the blood had risen to Aunt Ava's head. That was probably making her fingers clumsy. Looked like she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then there was a faint sound, the sound of the door unlocking, just as though it had waited for all the survivors to unite before opening. It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow up all the remaining humans at once. Perhaps the stench that erupted outwards the instant the door opened couldn't be described as just a smell. It wasn't just a charred smell from grandfather. I think it also may have contained the regrets of the servants and Dad's group. All the dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the crowd of the dead telling us not to enter? However, Aunt Ava didn't even flinch at something like that. And we, who had to chase after her, were forced to step into the mansion, even after receiving that message.
ジョージジョージ聞こえたら返事をしなさいジョージ
Aunt Ava shouted at the top of her lungs. Consider the situation. It's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. When we started following Aunt Ava's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, Aunt Ava spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor.
これは南條先生ちょっと来てもらえるかしら
何事ですかな
I'd heard about the eerie magic circle written on doors, like the one on the parlor from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled with a deep red paint reminiscent of blood, so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since this morning. Wondering why Aunt Ava, who had supposedly seen it already, would think it odd now. Jessica and I stared at the door.
確かにこんな数字が書かれていた記憶はありません。
ええ、なかったわ。不気味な魔法文字みたいなのは書かれていたけど、数字は書かれていなかった。
From what the two of them said, only the magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now there were 8 digits, written near the upper part of the magic circle. 0, 7, 15, 11, 29. I have no clue. I have no clue. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't even want to imagine what someone had been thinking when they wrote it. It was drawn with the same paint as the magic circle, but it had been clearly written very recently. The way it had dried and the condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part.
どうせ魔法的な意味があるんだろうぜ。深く考えたって意味なんかあるわけもないさ。
Oh man, I'm really not liking Jessica. Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to push aside the eerie feel it gave off. I mean, I understand her feelings of wanting to have revenge, of course, but still, I know the truth. I know that she can't do shit. Oh man, she needs some W's, man. She only took L's in the last few episodes. Her last win. Jessica's last win was the concert.
あれは四角形の中に埋めた数字の話じゃなかった？これは横一列だもの。何の意味があるのかさっぱりだわ。多分ジェシカちゃんの言うのが正解よ。私たちが深く考えたところで意味なんか何もない。
Man, Jessica's gonna take even more L's now, I think. She's not gonna be able to do anything. Even though she said that, she'd probably suspect that it actually meant something. Aunt Ava was definitely writing that number down on an old receipt or something with a short ballpoint pen. Okay, if she's writing it, then I'm going to write as well. Please, for a moment. I'm sorry. I will be pausing the recording just so I can write that down. So I wrote the number down. I still have no idea what it means. Let's continue. Unless I had some obvious pattern, it's probably tough to memorize a code made up of an 8-digit number.
これ、日にちとか、な。
日に
Date?
ち何の話
Could be Beatrice's date of birth, maybe.
いや、偶然だろうけどな。俺の誕生日、7月15日なんだ。
Oh. So 7/15. And then there's 11/29. 11/29 is a date of birth to someone. Oh, maybe Rudolph, maybe. Maybe this is a code to Battler, maybe? Maybe Rudolph saying, oh, we're alive, so just get out of the group so you don't get killed. Oh man.
0715が7月15日を示すのかなって思ったら、1129も、ほら、その、11月29日って読んだら、ちょうど語呂がいいかなって思ってよ。
So yeah, I think
なんでバトラーの誕生日がこんなとこに書いてあるん
think
だ
the
よ。
culprits this time is for the first 6 murders were either Genji or Shannon, and then the murders that are happening now are a result of, I think, Rudolph and Kyrie going insane, I think. But I don't know about Rosa's murder though. Could have been Eva and Hideyoshi killing them, maybe.
そして11月29日ってなんだよ。
It's devolving into a battle royale between the siblings right now.
俺が知りてえぜ。まあ、その、た
Though
また
right
まの
now
偶然
only
だろうけど
Eva
な。
is left.
そう考えたら、なんだか不気味になっちまったぜ。11月29日が誰かの誕生日だったりとかするのか？うちの家族は違うぜ。親父もキリエさんもエンジェも違う。
Also, they mentioned her again. Guess Battler has a sister that was left behind. I think one of the commenters said that.
もちろん、俺のお袋もだ。
Could Battler be lying? And he wouldn't have said it in the first place.
心当たりがありませんな。
I'm suspecting Nanjo, maybe.
金蔵さんの誕生日でも、デイジさんの誕生日でもないはずだ。
I'm doubting his
う
words
ちの家
actually.
族も違うわよ。ローザやマリアちゃんでもないわ。
Someone's lying, I
う
think.
ちの家族だって違うぜ。カノン君も違うし、シャノンも違う。私、使用人の人の誕生日にはちゃんとプレゼント渡してるからみんな知ってるけど、11月29日に誕生日の人間なんて知らないぜ。
Once we started to imagine that the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates written together, it started to look that way. However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or that may be no meaning at all. Anyways, since we don't have any real clues, it's probably pointless to stand around here worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. This morning, behind each of the doors was a magic circle drawn on them, had been the body of a victim. So if something new had been added to this door, does this mean something new has been added inside the parlor? If I remember correctly, the parlor has a broken window, right? When Ava tried to open it, she felt the resistance for the lock. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole. Rudolph smashed the window, right? As soon as she opened the door, Aunt Ava let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside. And alone was left to tell us what had happened inside the room. Dr. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor. So...
ジョージ
Oh man.
ジョージしっかりしてジョージ南條先生早く
George Aniki lay there crumpled alongside Shannon's corpse. His chest was stained bright red. Judging by his still open eyes, I'd hate to say it to Ava, but I couldn't pick up on any signs of life. After moving to take George's pulse, Dr. Nanjo shook his head, wordlessly reporting that George was dead. Rushing him aside, Aunt Ava once again crouched beside George and Nikki. Wouldn't in this case, you do chest compressions maybe to see if you could revive someone? And started crying at the top of her lungs. Even if people have no pulse, you could still do chest compressions to see if you can revive someone. Maybe. Yeah, it's a futile effort, I know, but you still could do it. And that's why I don't trust Nanjo. With Aniki's death, one thing is certain. The murders hadn't ended on the 8th twilight. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form, including the 9th twilight, and none shall be left alive. I was really starting to lose track of things. For some reason, Aunt Ava's half-crazed cries actually made me cool down. Crestfallen and exhausted, I flopped onto the sofa and plunked my feet on top of the table. Oh man, he gave up. Maybe all of these murders numbed my heart. Instead of just being frightened, I felt completely confused. Dad and Kyrie-san are dead, and people have been killed off one by one, starting with the servants. There's been a hell of a lot of them by now. Don't know when the first murder happened. They might have been killed at a rate about 1 person per hour by now. Believe that the boat will come for us around 9 tomorrow. Oh man, voiceless. There's still a full 12 hours until then. How many more sacrifices to which will there have to be for us to survive? The 4 of us, if one goes each hour, won't last any longer than 4 hours. When we don't even know if we'll last until midnight tonight. Yesterday after lunch, we came into this parlor. Just as they started talking about serving some tea, Aunt Rosa had bought. The kids decided to take a walk. Oh man. Oh, Maria. Maria was jumping around, wasn't she? Didn't Shannon bring us some cookies? She said Kumasawa had baked them or something. It would have been hilarious if she'd baked some mackerel into them, wouldn't it? Oh man, I'm feeling... That's right, I'll never hear Kumasawa Bachan's mackerel jokes again, will I? Alright, if I only remember stuff about Kumasawa Bachan, it won't be fair to everyone else. Oh man, Maria, man. Promised to go to the Golden Land only to be slaughtered on the 2nd twilight. Keeping promises, eh? Keeping promises. Why did Dad and Kyrie-san even go outside? Yeah, you should realize that already. They're smart people. They would rather go a day without food than ever be put in danger like that. You know what happened, man. They lured someone outside to kill them. It's not like going out with food for a day would kill us. They know what happened. They know that Ava maybe was behind Rosa's murder, and they found the gold as well. I think they went killing Hideyoshi first. And then George, and then the other, and then Krauss and Aunty. So why did Gluttony get a hold of them, make them go out for food? I'll bet that fearless dad of mine just started complaining about being hungry. Kyrie-san, you were supposed to be breaks from a reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? And what about your daughter, Ange? Angie? She's still just 6 years old. Oh, so yeah, they're mentioning it now. Don't tell me you plan to leave her in my care. Oh man. Battler. Oh, I'm feeling so sorry for him. Not for taking care, but just how much shit he's going through. After all, it's doubtful now whether I'll even be able to leave this island alive.
やめなさい。こんな時に争ってどうするんですか。ジェシカさん、やめなさい。
Jessica. It's been kind of noisy for a while. Oh, by the time I looked up to see what it was, Jessica and Ava had suddenly started fighting each other. No, maybe I should say that Jessica was grabbing Aunt Ava. Oh man. Man. I'm not liking Jessica in this chapter, in this episode. I mean, I understand that.
ゲストハウスの1階にいたのは誰だよ。エヴァおばさんだ。1階のロビーには父さんと母さんと、そしてエヴァおばさんがいた。生き残ったのは誰だ。エヴァおばさんだけだ。どうして。あんたが犯人だからに決まってるじゃないか。
She's basically an entry, a post in the I am very badass subreddit.
父さんと母さんを殺して外へ運び出して白々しく鍵を閉めて魔女の仕業なんかを装いやがったんだ。
I guess it's very
じゃあジョージはどうしていなくなったのよ。
appropriate for a teenager
1階には降りてき
for
てないの
being
よ。
like this.
じゃあ2階でいなくなったっていうの。2階には誰がいたのよ。あなたたちがいたんじゃない。あなたは知ってたんでしょ。ジョージがこっそりゲストハウスを抜け出すのを。それを自分は何も知らないような顔を抜けとあんたがジョージを止めててくれれば。ジョージは
やめなさいというのに。
Man, voiceless always makes me cry.
ジェシカさんはずっといとこ部屋にいました。そしてエヴァさんもずっと1階のロビーにいました。そして2人とも何も悪くない。ただ家族を失って悲しいだけなんです。犯人なんか誰もいない。どこにもいない。ただただ魔女のせいなだけなんです。
Man, I'm doubting Nanjo
だからお
as
二
an
人で憎み合
accomplice.
うのはやめなさい。
I think he opened the windows for Rudolph or Kyrie to enter. The witch's fault, huh? I wonder if that's a good way to cool down the situation right now. Yeah, I finally understand why 3 people evaporated from the guest house and all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is what they were after, making us think the culprit was inside and sparking this ugly mutual hatred. Has to be the culprit's, the witch's goal. But if that's the case, how did the culprit block it from the outside? When that group was attacked, our master key was definitely stolen. The doors and windows to the guest house were built so that you couldn't lock them from the outside, no matter how hard you tried. It's simple, my man. Nanjo closed the windows as well, so that the master key should have nothing to do with the guest house closed room. Jessica and Ava were turning their sadness at losing their blood relatives into anger at the person in front of them. Dr. Nanjo was trying to step between them. Nah, that's not a smart idea. She has a gun. And I sat on the sofa, staring up at the ceiling, thinking about things that didn't even matter anymore with a worn-out expression. I just couldn't believe that this was the same pilot that had been so warm and pleasant midday yesterday. Just a short time before the typhoon hit. Oh shit. Sudden sign of a gunshot shook me out of my half-asleep trance. Smoke was rising out of the barrel the gun Aunt Ava held. Jessica had fallen onto the floor and was covering both her eyes. Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanjo were looking down at her in shock.
大丈夫ですか、ジェシカさん。ジェシカさん。
Wait, weren't you going to kill the culprit? What is this?
私のせいじゃないわよ。
Okay, I'm getting a lot of.
おいおい、どうしたってんだ。何事なんだ。
I'm getting a lot of satisfaction at laughing at Jessica. So did Jessica grab Aunt Ava, which turned to a scuffle? Did they start fighting over Aunt Ava's gun? Did some kind of impact cause the trigger to be pulled? I didn't know if the bullet had grazed her or if she'd been burned by the discharge, but either way, Jessica was covering both of her eyes, screaming, it hurts, and rolling around on the floor. Many of the relatives have guns and they still died, and you, without a gun, just, oh man, Jessica. If both Krauss and Nazi couldn't kill the culprit, what makes you think you could? Dr. Nanjo let Jessica borrow his shoulder, saying that he would tend to her in the servant's room. The servant's room in this mansion had a bed and a first aid kit and was able to function as an infirmary. Dr. Nanjo has a more chance of killing the culprit than you have. Uh-huh.
ジェシカさん、傷に触りますから、それ以上騒がないで。さあ、使用人室に行きましょう。
Jessica continued to curse Aunt Ava as her parents' murderer. It seemed that Aunt Ava couldn't conceal her adrenaline at the fact that she pulled the trigger, even if it had been an accident. Who are you trying to convince here, Ava? Oh, here comes. Oh man. Oh man, this is so bad.
待てよエヴァおばさん、一人になるな。
I didn't know if it was because Aunt Ava couldn't bear her mistake, or if she could control of her body to the anger at the person who had killed her only son, or if it was both of those all mixed together. Then in rage, she ran out into the corridor, yelling, fearful and screaming. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but right then I couldn't leave Aunt Ava alone. Why would she go off on her own in this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal? Yes, she is. Hideyoshi and George are dead. Dr. Nanjo took Jessica towards the servant room. I chased after Ava, dashing into the depths of the mansion. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, here it comes. Oh man. After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanjo told her several times not to touch her eyes and examine the affected area. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had injured her corneas. There was no threat to her life, but it would probably be necessary to take her to the doctor as soon as possible. Nanjo applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it with a bandage. As a result, Jessica completely lost the field of vision.
いいですかな。傷が痛んだり、うずいたりするでしょうが、絶対に書いたり揉んだりしてはなりませんぞ。明日になったらすぐに眼科の先生のところへ行きましょう。
Is this normal procedure?
あいつね。本当は私を殺すつもりだったの。
Oh man, I'm not liking Jessica at all.
ほんのちょっと角度が悪かったら今頃殺されてた。
Demoted.
絶対にあいつを警察へ突き出してやる。
I mean, I understand, but that doesn't mean I don't.
エヴァさんはそんなことはしませんぞ。あれは事故です。
事故なもんか。あいつが父さんと母さんを殺したんだ。この島には19人目も魔女もいるわけがない。あいつが全ての犯人なんだ。
I think it's because Battler and Jessica and George are close to my age, so I feel more critical of them as characters.
ゲストハウスの1階にはあいつだけがいた。父さんと母さんを殺し、それを見てしまったジョージ兄さんも口封じに殺したに違いない。じいさまや使用人の人たちだってそうさ。きっとあいつは夕べの親族会議の途中でこっそり抜け出し、みんなを殺したに違いない。
I have met a lot of Jessicas and a lot of
警察が
Georges
調べればすぐにわかることです。
in my life, so as I know a lot about their character.
警察はすごいですぞ。鑑識の手にかかればわからぬことなど
At
ありませ
least
ん。
where Ryukishi is going with them.
私たちは誰かを疑ったり恨んだりする必要などないのです。すべて警察が解決してくれます。だからジェシカさんは今は体を休め、目を楽にすることに専念するのです。あまり眉間にシワを寄せては目にはもちろん美容にもよくありませんぞ。
When Jessica's abuse of Ava had reached a crescendo, she actually had started glaring instinctively, and the pressure of her eyes had hurt her. Jessica herself realized. Oh. The alarm again, I'm sorry. Jessica herself realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt. And regardless of whether she'd overcome her suspicions of Ava, she regained her composure for the time being.
あいつが殺したんだ。父さんや母さん、シャノンやカノン君を。
Oh man, she likes Kanon more than her mother and father. Oh man. She'd heard that Kanon had been killed in chapel. Jessica still hadn't seen her face after she died. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact that she was blinded, and more frightened that the police would carry Kanon's body away where she couldn't see, and that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit and her sadness at the death of the person she'd liked, those mixed emotions started her crying. But right now, tears were actually painful for her. She wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain.
さて、今度はエヴァさんの方が心配です。気に病まれていなければいいのですが。
Realized that Jessica had calmed down for the time being, letting out a sigh. He stuck his head out into the hallway to look for any signs of the other coming back. Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh man! Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh man. Then their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant.
視力を失った人間って反魔法力も対魔法抵抗力もゼロになるんです。
Did you hear that from Rudolph? Oh, from not Rudolph. From Ronove.
つまり、
Oh man,
今のあん
her
たはアイソレーテッドポーン。
isolated pawn.
意味がわかるかしら。
Oh man, she's so good.
なんです。
Goodbye, Nanjo. Nanjo had no way of understanding who the person in front of him was, much less what she had just said.
南條先生、
Oh, Jessica.
どうしたんです？
Able to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation. As if she'd heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might have happened.
やめてくれ。殺さないでくれ。
Oh man, imagine if it's Kyrie or Rudolph outside of the room. Oh.
わしには病弱の孫がおる。ここでは死ねんのだ。頼む、見逃してくれ。
Yeah, I knew it. I think he was an accomplice. And now they're killing him as well. Just couldn't do anything but except call out from the bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor confronting someone, and he was scared. His life has been threatened just a second ago.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
Oh man. She takes that literally, huh? Oh man. The witch pointed at the end of the gold staff at Nanjo. Even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo assumed that she must be trying to take his life. Ooh. Yep, bang. A sharp sound echoed. And just as sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing to Nanjo's forehead. Jessica could only try to grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. I think it's Rudolph, maybe. But even so, she was able to realize with that sound, Nanjo had died. And she could tell that the person was now... That person was now in the corridor, right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Well, knowing that she was a mouse in a trap, in a life or death situation, Jessica shuddered. You could take off the gauze. You could take off the bandages, actually. Oh man, Jessica, you're so bad.
Jessica.
Oh man.
かわいそうにね。目を怪我しちゃったのね。なら、あなたは逃げることもできないわね。
Oh man, her voice.
今から南條の死体でたっぷり遊ぶわ。それに飽きたら、次はあなたを殺してたっぷり遊んであげる。いいえ、せっかく目が見えないんだもの。殺してからだけじゃない。殺す前にもたっぷり遊んであげるわね。そこでしばらく震えながら待ってなさいね。南條の死体で私がどんな風に遊ぶのかをたっぷり想像しながら。
Jessica was struck with fear and let out a freight scream. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up a person's throat. Right then, Jessica could only barely even breathe. She searched around with her hands, trying to find some way to escape. But even though she should have known this room well, just being unable to see made it like a closed room of darkness. She ran into a shelf or something, and things like candy jars and bottles fell down, hitting her on the head. Ooh, as she was now, it would have been tough for her to even guard her head or block it. She was painfully aware of how powerless humans become just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place. But she kept bumping into things that she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects, and felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. Then a footstep could be heard from the presence in the hallways, and then a voice. She'd probably poked her head into the room since Jessica had been so loud.
賑やかね。レディーならおとなしくベッドに座って待っていなさい。令状にふさわしい。素敵な真っ赤な死に装束を与えてやるんだから。あなたを見つけた人が失神してしまいそうになるくらいのね。
Human culprits, 2 witches. Human culprit, 2 witches. Oh man. human culprits to witches. Until just a second ago, she had sworn that she'd killed the culprit if she found them. However, she was now very powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around the floor and bumping her head into the bed, the legs of desks. Oh. The corridor as the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life. A single gold butterfly secretly watched that scene from the very corner of the hallway. Oh. It was Beato, who had barely escaped with her life once before. The gold butterfly softly returned to human form. It was faint and transparent, like lace curtain. By now, her power was so weak that even maintaining this form was very, very difficult for her. Right next to her, Renove also appeared.
ジェシカも生き残れはしないでしょう。もとより誰も生き残れはしませんが。
あやつはカノンに恋心を寄せておって、わらわはそれをもてあそんだこともある。しかしそれは魔女として恥ずべきことであった。
愛とは一なる元素、恋心はそれ以上に純粋で尊いものでございます。なぜかお嬢様はとてもそれを嫌われますが。
Guess bad memories with Kinzo actually, I think.
お師匠様は言った。魔法とは人を幸せにするためにあると。わらわもかつてはそれを知っていたはずだった。そしてそれを忘れた時から、わらわは魔女ではなくなっていたのだ。だからわらわはバトラの対戦相手の資格を失っていたのだ。
まさかお嬢様、ジェシカを助けるおつもりですか。危険です。
分かってもどうせ助けても黄金鏡の扉が開けば魔女の宴の慰み者よ。しかしそれでも
Man, so many
あ
death
やつの
flags.
殺し方に比べれば数段慈悲深い。魔女の宴は恐るべき方法にて命を奪う。二度は奪わぬ。生死をもてあそばぬ。しかしあやつは違う。何度でも殺す。面白半分で殺す。そこにはわずかほどの慈悲もない。わらわはせめてジェシカを、そのような残酷な運命から。
確かに、
I'm sorry.
それを行うことは良き魔女として称えられることでしょう。しかし新しきベアトリーチェ様はすでにお嬢様のことを敵視なされています。もう一度姿を見られることがあったなら今度は逃れる術はありませんよ。
ジョージをシャノンに合わせた時、わらわはようやく魔女とはどういうものなのか、そして魔法とはどういうものなのかを、わらわは魔女、魔女であらねばならぬ。そしてバトラに対戦相手だと認められ、今度こそバトラに魔女だと認めさせなければならぬのだ。そのための道は長く険しいかもしれない。しかし今ここでその一歩を踏み出さねば、わらわは魔女を名乗れぬのだ。
お気持ちはわかりますが、どうやってお救いになるつもりです？今のお嬢様の身に使える魔法は多くありません。シャノンを蘇らせる時ですらジョージの力を借りたではありませんか。
だからこそジェシカだけは救えるかもしれぬのだ。今あやつはカノンに助けを求めている。その思いの力を借りれば、わらわの魔力にてもう一度冥府の扉を叩けるかもしれない。
叩けはするでしょう。しかし魔力を使い切ります。新しきベアトリーチェ様にもし見つかったら本当に逃れる術はありませんよ。私はすでにお嬢様の執事ではありません。いざという時お助けすることはできませんのでご了承。
承知しておるわ。
Oh man, explaining plans means horrible disaster.
わらわ数えることもできぬほどの命をもてあそび奪ってきたならば、その罪同じ数だけの命を救うことでしかあがないぬのかもしれん。もとよりわらわに失うものなどないわ。名も魔力も引き継ぎ、今や魔女とも認められぬただの黄金の長。
Oh, Battler, you're gonna have a lot of regrets.
バトラ様はどうなさるのですか？ゲームの途中です。彼はお嬢様がお戻りになるまで待つとおっしゃいました。
Ooh, so this is gonna be the conflict.
ここで果てるようなことがあっても良いのですか？お嬢様にはバトラ様の向かいの席に戻る義務があるのですよ。
だからこそだ。わらわにしか救えぬ命があるならば、わらわはそれを救う。そして魔女と認められるぞ。わらわは魔女にならねばならぬのだ。これが試練であるならば、これまでの悪行に見合わぬ幼稚なものよ。さあ姿を消せ殿。かつて黄金の魔女と呼ばれた一匹の蝶の最後となるかもしれぬ魔法を見るがいい。
かしこまりました。黄金の魔女の名に恥じぬ魔法拝見させてもらいます。願わくばそれが最後の魔法とならぬこと。
行け我が友よ。もしインクが足りるなら、我が愚かなる生涯を記
Oh
して、
man.
同じ道を歩もうとする愚か者に手渡せ。
Maybe to
さら
Maria.
ばだ殿。
Goodbye.
Kanon君、どこにいるの？どこにいるの？
Oh man, Jessica's voice actress is knocking it out of the park right now.
助けて。助けてよ。
Well, I might not like Jessica. I very much enjoy her voice actress.
お嬢様、僕はいつだって
Oh
お
man.
嬢様のすぐそばに控えております。
Soul of a soul.
カノン君、カノン君。
It seemed to Jessica as though she'd heard Kanon's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course she saw nothing. On the contrary, this action caused her head to hit the desk again.
カノン君。カノン君。助けて。助けて。
はい、お嬢様、僕がお助けします。
カノン君、生きてたの？
This time she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped around, surprised, banged her head against the desk once again.
お嬢様、どうか心を落ち着けてお聞きください。残念ながら僕は生きてはいません。僕はすでに死んでしまっています。ですが、あの魔女はお嬢様の危機を僕に知らせに来ました。そしてわずかの間だけお嬢様に手助けできる時間をくれました。
Trying to work this out,
どう
actually.
か
Oh man, this
心を
music.
もっと落ち着けて。そうすればお嬢様にも僕の姿が見えるようになります。
Jessica obeyed those words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and it relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she liked and had thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength. Excitement. Oh man, Kanon. When she did, she felt as though Kanon really was in front of her. Even though she shouldn't be able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly.
僕が見えますか、お嬢様。
はあ、見えるぜ。確かにカノン君が見えるよ。
Oh man, imagine if it's like Kyrie imitating Kanon's voice. Oh man, that's so creepy.
僕は魂だけの存在です。
And maybe she's leading her to another place to kill her.
だから
Oh
お嬢
man,
様に触れることは
so
できません。
bad.
こうして言葉をかけることしかできない。それだけしかできないか弱い存在ですが、それでもお嬢様の力になれるはずです。
言葉だけなの？カノン君に触ることはできないの？
僕は今ろうそくの煙よりも儚い存在です。
Oh, this is so bad.
聖者であるお嬢様に触れられればたちまち書き消えてしまうほどに。だからどうか触れようとしないでください。
I think
僕もお嬢様に触れたい気持ちを抑えているのですから。それよりお嬢様、よく聞いてください。新しい黄金の魔女は残酷な心の持ち主です。必ずやお嬢様をひどい目に遭わせようとするでしょう。この部屋から逃げ出し隠れなければなりません。
どうやって？私は目が見えない。
静かに。僕がお嬢様の目になります。僕がかける言葉に従って動いてください。まずそのまま3歩這い出て、それから立ち上がってください。今お嬢様がいるのは机の下です。そのまま立てば頭をぶつけます。
机の下だったのか。分かったよ。1、2、3。
bang, you're dead.
立つぜ。
Oh.
お上手です。次は時計で言う9時の方向を向いてください。はい、お上手です。
なんだか恥ずかしいぜ。
大丈夫ですか？傷が痛みますか？
いや、平気だぜ。次は。
Jessica thought that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. And if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, she did that, Kanon might vanish like through candle smoke, just like he himself had said. She was afraid of that, so she satisfied in herself, but just listened to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. Therefore, what her eyes now were tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch, who had given her this miraculous moment.
大丈夫なの？こんなに喋って。あいつに気づかれない？声を聞かれない？
隠密の結界を張っています。大きな音や声を出さなければ誰も気づきません。だから誰も僕の気配には気づけない。
なんだかわからないけど、とにかく静かにしてれば大丈夫ってことなんだな。次はどうするんだ？
そのままゆっくり10歩ほどを歩いてください。ソファーに触ります。それに沿って進んでください。ゆっくりと落ち着いて僕の言葉を信じて。
So he's gonna guide her to the window, maybe? Then she's going to escape, go to the guest house and die there.
不思議だぜ。目が見えないってのはあんなにも怖いものだったのに。カノン君と一緒だと。
そう、
それがソファーです。左になぞりながらゆっくり進んで、すぐ左にテーブルがあります。すねをぶつけないように気をつけて。
It was a very, very strange and bizarre team effort. Even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her, there was no fear in Jessica's heart. She was being protected and guided by Kanon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. Probably just a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure that he would disappear, so she tried not to ruin this faint miracle. And, trying to engrave his moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Kanon's voice.
さあ、さらに10歩歩けば、使用人室から出ます。そしたら、9時の方向を向いて、ゆっくりとずっと歩いてください。右の壁に手を置き、それに沿って、ずっと、僕が、安全な部屋までお連れします。そこに行ったら、カノン君は帰っちゃうの
Kanon didn't answer, but his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth.
なら、やだ。行きたくないよ。ここにいれば、魔女に殺されます。いいよ。殺されれば、カノン君のいる世界へ行けるもん。お嬢様、どうか聞き分けてください。死者である僕には、人の世は眩しくて辛すぎる。だから長くはとどまれません。だからお嬢様、僕に許された時間で、お嬢様を安全な場所まで導くことを、どうか許してください。そしたら、時間が尽きるまで、ずっとお嬢様と一緒にいますから。それが、カノン君にできる精一杯なの？はい。その代わり、1秒でも長く、お嬢様のそばにいるようにします。ずっと、お嬢様といて、お話をします。どんなお話？どんなお話がいいですか？カノン君が聞かせてくれるなら、どんな話でもいいよ。では、
Oh man.
勇気のない、臆病な使用人の少年の話を、太陽のように眩しいお嬢様に恋心を抱き、同じ気持ちを打ち明けられながらも、
Oh man, I feel so bad for Ken.
臆病さに負け、ついに生あるうちに自分に素直になれなかった愚かで哀れな少年の話を。なら私もしたいよ。
Oh man.
大好きな男の子にね、もっともっと大好きだよって勇気を振り絞れなかった臆病な女の子の話を。そしてその男の子に再会できる奇跡を神様がくださって、その勇気を振り絞る機会をもう一度与えてもらった女の子が。僕もその話を聞きたいです。だからそのためにも
Oh
行きましょう。
man, I'm sad.
安全な場所まで。
I'm.
カノン君と一緒ならいつまでだってどこまでだって歩くよ。もう目なんていらない。カノン君が踏み出せと言うなら、崖の先へだって一歩を踏み出すよ。ありがとう。さあ、お嬢様、参りますよ。最初の10歩。嫌だ。ジェシカって呼んでくれなきゃ。やだ。わかりました。では、ジェシカ、最初の10歩を
Oh
踏み
man.
出して。カノン君。
Very quietly, Jessica and Kanon slowly snuck out of the servant room. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down at Nanjo's corpse. She didn't even notice their presence. However, Ronove, who stood at the ready by her side, met Kanon's eyes. Kanon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. However, Ronove did not inform his master. He played dumb, just as though he hadn't spotted Kanon in the first place. No, maybe he did appear to chuckle. From a finger on Ronove's hands, which were joined behind his back, a small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Kanon as though guiding him. It went unnoticed by the master he served. Kanon was surprised at the magic that butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier Kanon possessed. He may have not known it, but that power of his had originally been Ronove's. Kanon's ability was an imitation of that which Kinzo had made and given to him. As that butterfly of secrecy magic scattered the gold scales, it grew smaller bit by bit. Probably wouldn't last long, but without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get them very far away from the cruel witch.
さあ、お嬢様、その壁に沿い、ずっと歩いていきましょう。ずっと、ずっと。カノン君と一緒なら、どこまでも、ずっと、ずっと。
Leaden, protected by the small gold butterfly, appeared separated by the wall of life and death, slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. There was no way that the evil witch could have had magic to notice their flight. But maybe the bunnies, the bunny girls maybe have, until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor. The witch didn't realize that Jessica had vanished. By the time the gold butterfly Ronove had sent evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. It would have been a quick trip if she'd been able to see as she was now. It had been a very long adventure.
さあ、お嬢様、客間にたどり着きました。これからお嬢様を窓際のカーテンの束のところまでお連れします。その中に隠れればきっと安全です。カーテンの中か。うまいな。私も昔よくそこに隠れたもんだぜ。
Oh man.
ベアトリーチェ様。
Kanon called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but she obviously couldn't spot the witch when she couldn't see. Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. Kanon squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft or even pitying.
どういう気まぐれで僕を蘇らせてくれたのか。僕にはあなたの気持ちがわからない。
気まぐれに過ぎぬ。いや、魔女とはこうあるべきなのだ。わらわがそれを気づくのに1000年をかけた。それだけの愚かしい話だ。
誰がいるの？お嬢様、お静かに。彼女は魔女。ベアトリーチェ、僕をお嬢様にもう一度会わせてくれた恩人です。魔女ベアトリーチェ。
わらわのことなどどうでもよい。それより早くその女をカーテンの陰に隠すがよい。そなたに残された時間も長くないである。ジェシカと最後の語らいに費やすがいい。カーテンの束の中で密会とは。そなたらもなかなか味な真似をする。
Oh man.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。カノン君に会わせてくれてありがとう。
Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said that while facing the wrong direction. Maybe because she found that funny, Beato stickered.
あとは愛し合う二人にこの部屋を譲る。邪悪なる魔女に恋話は不要でな。退出させてもらおう。
Oh man. Oh man.
ベアトリーチェ様。
Not Beatrice, come on.
ありがとうございます。
礼などいらぬ。こんなのでは償いきれぬほど悪行を重ねておることは、そなたがよく知っておろうに。
良き魔女には感謝を選別とします。 今までがどうであったか、そしてこれからがどうであるかは知らない。しかし今この瞬間、あなたは間違いなく良き魔女だ。
おべっかが過ぎるぞ、カグメが。次に会う時は期待を裏切らぬ悪しき魔女であるかもしれぬぞ。それではさらばだ。
Oh man, good Beatrice is actually such a good character. No, Beato left the parlor and closed the door. Then, mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact that those two had escaped into here would eventually be noticed. Now that the ninth twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until that final moment, they should have been given a chance to speak with each other of their love. The witch poured out all of her magical power to protect their time together, so that no one would be able to defile their time alone until the last possible moment. Oh, the wind. At that time, Beato noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out.
無粋なるは魔女のゆえんか。若き二人に恋を語らせる気もなしとは。
Oh man. Then
45データ治療。標的照合。仙台ビアトリーチェ鏡と確認。百魔防御壁を解析。多層防御壁72層。構成防壁および魔法反応走行。100万への狙撃は不可能。410へデータリンク。410データ治療。にひ。
Oh man, yes, 410, yes.
じゃあ仙台様を先にしちゃえばいいだけの話だに。大ベアトリーチェ卿、攻撃許可を。撃ってちょうだい。ああ、急所は外してね。バーバーに聞きたいことがあるの。
Oh no. Okay, magical sniping, here it comes.
410射撃。にひ。
Oh man. The Chester sisters' gold bowl released a gold snake. It crawled down the corridor, starting from the front of the servant room, aiming for the parlor as it drew a soft, snake-like curved line trajectory. And pierced Beato's chest. Oh, here it. Gold butterflies gathered and the cruel witch appeared along with the furniture.
仙台様、二度もの妨害。もう。
Oh.
許されようとも思わぬわ。しかしシエスタ姉妹も腕が落ちたものよ。わらわを仕留め損なうとはな。それも二度も。
Renove spoke in a manner befitting of the witch's butler. As she pushed her pain aside, Beato grinned and spoke back.
申し訳ありません。仙台様、急所を外せとのご命令です。ご指示があればすぐにでも貫きますとも。
Oh man.
ピアスの穴でもおへその穴でもお好きな穴を。
Oh man.
にひ。
The gold snake that had pierced Beatrice grew even longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its next order. It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told it to.
残忍にかけてはわらわも一歩を取るそなたがどういう風の吹き回しか。新しきベアトリーチェ。
Oh, she intends to question you, I think.
聞きたかったのよ。どういう術で逃れたのか知らないけど、私たちはあんたを仕留めたつもりでいたのよ。そのまま隠れていれば逃れられたもの。どうして危険を冒してまた現れたの？まさか若い二人をかばうためだけに戻ってきたわけ？
さーてね
Oh man.
さっきだってそうよ。 どうして恋人たちを蘇らせて再会なんて甘い真似を。聞けば聞くほどに、あなたは私なんて足元にも及ばない。じゃあそのあなたがどうして急にそんな生ぬるいことを始めたのかって。さっきだってそうよ。どうして恋人たちを蘇らせて再会なんて甘い真似を。聞けば聞くほどに、あなたは私なんて足元にも及ばない邪悪の権化。それを聞きたかったのよ。
Oh man, her voice.
残忍ゆえにわらわは気まぐれなのよ。それを問うことに意味などあろうか。
シエスタ姉妹、ヌ
Oh. When she ordered that, the gold snake that was curved in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as the real snake, going after its prey, and pierced Beato's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing an X shape. As the cruel witch had ordered, it drew a cross stitch through Beato's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. And then a gold snake searched for its prey. It waited for orders, like a sewing needle, ready to sew Beato.
あんたに限って気まぐれなんてあるわけがない。あんたのことを聞いたわ。そして知ったわ。あんたは私ですら足元にも及ばない邪悪の権化よ。私はそんなあなたに実にふさわしい後継者だと思ったの。なのにあなたは邪魔ばかり、ぬるいことばかり言って私を呆れさせる。何があなたを変えたの？1000年間邪悪の限りを尽くしたあなたに、その1000年を翻すような何が起こったのか、それだけを知りたくて生かしたのよ。
知りたく。
Oh man.
そなたも1000年を費やすがよいぞ。
Oh man. Oh. Not this. Oh. Is this it? Oh man.
ヌエ。
Beato's chest was once again sewn with a golden cross stitch. Tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye.
あんたもひょっとすると死ぬと消えちゃって死体が残らないタイプかもしれないわね。だからあなたをゆっくりと殺すわ。でも私の質問に正直に答えられたら楽に殺してあげる。先代様にぴったりの華麗で豪華で優
This
し
is
い
definitely
死を与
setting
え
up
てあ
for
げる。
Battler to face off against Ava.
水を張りバラで埋めた棺桶に沈めてあげるわ。素敵でしょ。それでも話せないの？あなたの心変わりの理由。
聞かれたことを答えぬもまた邪悪なる魔女の優越よ。
ヌエ2つ。
Oh man.
もちろん答えてくれなくていいの。だ
Her face.
ってそうやっていじめてるんだもの。無限の魔法は本当に素晴らしいわ。思えばこの世はすべからく有限。人の世に無限などありはしない。それは神が無限であるがゆえに人の世を見下すため全ての無限を取り上げたからよ。なればつまり無限の力とは神の力。遊べば遊ぶほどにさらに楽しい遊び方を見つけられる素敵な力。その力を1000年も思うがままに使い暴れ回ったあなたが
なぜ今頃になって心変わりをしたの？まさか私に譲ったから惜しくなってとかじゃないわよね。
Oh man.
惜しいものか。そなたがそうだと信じている無限の魔法など魔
Thanks for
法
being
にあら
born.
ず、真の魔法の力とはそなたなどでは到底至れぬ深淵にあるのだ。
それに気づいたから？それは何？
それに気づけず1000年をさまよえ、愚かな魔女よ。
ねえ、今度は3つ。
Beato's chest had been embroidered with a gold thread. It tightened even more, causing Beato more and more pain.
まあいいわ。死に損ないのババアが何を達観したかなんてもう興味も何もない。もう飽きたからあっさり殺してあげるわ。あんたを殺せば客間の結界は解ける。そしたらカノンとジェシカもたっぷりいじめ殺してあげるわね。愛し合う二人を同時におもちゃにできるなんてこれは楽しそうよね。殺せ。
Goodbye, Beato. Without missing by a millimeter, the gold swing thread shot through Beato's heart. That intense pain was worse than all of the pain before that put together. Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which she had forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She must not die. If she died, it would mean handing over the two in the parlor to the cruel witch. So she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die.
新しきベアトリーチ
Oh man.
頼みがある。客間の2人の仰せは短い時間のものだ。砂時計で測れる程度の時間でカノンは冥府へ消えるだろう。その程度の時間どうか許してはくれぬか。
いやよ、愛し合う二人を引き裂くのって楽しいんでしょ。あなたが言ったわ。だから私やってみたいの。
ならばその快楽貴様に味わわせるわけにはいかぬ。楽しいぞ、恋人たちを引き裂くのは。
そうやね、きっと楽しいわよね。だから邪魔しないで。
Oh man.
もっと縫え縫え縫え縫え。にひ410了解。
Oh man, they're continuing with this so many times. The merciless gold sewing needle sewed the gold thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, the heart did not stop.
まだまだこの程度では足りぬな。この程度では死んではやれぬ。
Oh man.
何をしてるの？このババアのおしゃべりを止めなさい。早く殺すのよ。殺してます。何度も心臓を縫い止めてるのにこいつの心臓止まらないんです。あんた不死身なの？
Ooh.
まさか
Oh man, Battler, you're gonna have a lot of regrets.
そなたに無限は譲り渡した。鼓動を刻める数など残すところもたかが知れている。だがそれを一つ余計に刻むことでこの部屋の2人にわずかでも長い時間を与えられるならその程度の抵抗を永遠に続けようぞ。
Oh man.
こいつの心臓が動きを止めるまで縫い続けよう。
なんでこいつ死なないの？ありえない。心臓を縫い縛ってるのになんで止まらないの？ならいいや、心臓を内側から爆破してやるに。かわいそうに逆らわなければ綺麗に死ねたのに。
Oh man. As they say that, even though the gold needle and thread made round trips over and over again, Beatrice still didn't die. The cruel witch eventually grew playful at how bizarre that was.
お前一体何者なの？そなたにはわからぬだろうな。
Oh man, her voice.
わからなかったさ。だがな、どうやらこれが本当の魔法というものらしいぞ。つまりわらわは今こそなった、本当の魔女になった。
心臓内部で爆心固定、新刊準備よし、爆破。
Oof. Game over, I guess. There was a terrible sound, and gold leaves scattered around the outer area, along with a cloud of gold butterflies. Beato's chest had opened wide from the inside, and from that gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out, staining the surrounding area gold. Then Beato's flesh crumbled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. However, a gold heart, tied by gold threads, floated in the air and continued to beat. A gold heart?
そんな化け物だ。
A gold heart tied by gold threads. When the Chester sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating, continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. This is immeasurably vast magical power, impossible to measure. In other words, endless.
無限の魔女は私でしょ。なんでこのババアこんなになっても生きてんのよ。シエスタ姉妹、あの心臓を砕くのよ。早く。
無理です。申し訳ありません。私たちにはできません。
無理でしょう。何人たりともあの心臓を打ち砕けはしません。竜王陛下の兵士風情ではとてもとても。
Dragon King.
なら無限の魔女である私になら打ち砕けるということでしょ。私の力は神の力だもの。
恐れながらあなた様の力ではベアトリーチェ様の無限には傷一つつけられません。
If some infinities are greater than others, I guess.
どういう意味よ。
影を知らずして光がないように有限を知らずして無限もまたなし。ベアトリーチェお嬢様の真の無限の力の前にあなた様の脆弱な魔力ではとてもとても及びません。
何よそれ。
The cruel witch was surprised and stepped back. It was thinner than a lace curtain. No, Beatrice's form was still standing there. Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through that door. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Kanon.
ベアトリーチェ様、ありがとうございました。このご恩は忘れません。
恩の数が恨みの数を超えたら、その言葉をもう一度聞こうぞ。もう良いのか。
はい、本当にありがとうございました。そして ベアトリーチェ様ももう大丈夫です。どうかお楽になさってください。
そうか、もう良いのか。
何よ。なんであんたたちは先代のババアをベアトリーチェと呼ぶのよ。
Oh
ベアトリー
man.
チェは私の名前でしょ。
Oh, here comes the conflict for Eva Beatrice to handle later on.
新しい黄金の魔女、そして無限の魔女である私の名前のはずよ。
無礼な。ベアトリーチェ様の名を語るな。
恐れながらベアトリーチェ様の名は無限の魔女を冠せられるお方が名乗られるべきもの。今や先代はあなた様を指すものでございますよ。
Oh man.
と
さらばだ。か、どうせすぐに出会うさ。新しき悪夢で。
新しい夜の悪夢にて再びベアトリーチェ様のもとも。これで失礼いたします。
Oh man. Kanon's form grew faint and he disappeared into thin air. After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint and before disappearing, slumped over onto the floor. Then there was a splat. The golden heart that had been floating in midair lost its sparkle, became blood-stained flesh, and fell to the ground. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes. But until a moment ago it had sparkled so much, had continued to beat so forcefully. That heart still just barely managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, lay on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. Then there, the cruel witch could be seen.
何が無限よ。現にこうしてぶっ倒れてるじゃない。有限のある無限なんてそんな矛盾存在するわけもない。これがあんたの魔法の限界なのよ。有限は無限に劣る。
Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. No, on the contrary, it was doubtful the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears.
あんたが本当に無限の魔女なら立ち上がってみなさいよ。どう？立てないでしょ？どうして立てないと思う？あんたが無限の魔女じゃないからよ。
The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with a fingernail. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to that provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch. Because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled. Oh man. Oh. Footsteps were approaching that place. Oh, is it Battler? Oh man. There was no way she had misheard it. That rough squeaking of heels was the sound of Battler's footsteps.
バトラか。偉そうなことを言っても、わらわはこのざまよ。そなたの言う本当の魔女というのをわらわなりに頑張ってみたぞ。
ああ、見てたぜ。
なあ、これでわらわは魔女になれたかな。そなたの対戦相手の資格できたかな。
Oh man. Oh. Oh man.
ダメだな。
Battler said unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself as though she should have expected it. Yes, true enough. Just these two
まだまだ険しいな。だがわらわは屈しぬぞ。そなたわらわの災難に決して屈しなかったように、必ず本当の魔女になってそなたの対戦相手に認められてやる。
ああ、ダメだな。全然ダメだ。お前は俺の対戦相手じゃない。
The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart. Oh, is Battler gonna do what I think he's gonna do?
死ねよババア。
Oh!
ぐちゃっと潰れて、それでも無限が示せるってんなら示してごらんなさいよ。魔女は私よ。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは私なのよ。死ね
ー! Battler is gonna come. Oh, yes. Come on.
ああ、ダメだ。
Oh, yes.
全然ダメだ。
Yes. Oh, yes. Fuck. Yes.
これはここは。
Oh man.
席につけ。俺の対戦相手はベアトじゃない。てめえだ。
バトル。
Oh man. Nephew against Aunt. Yes.
これは何の魔法なの？どうでもいいわ。知ったことじゃない。シエスタ姉妹。
45了解。カッコ射撃。410了解。死ねバトラー。
The Chester sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using a precision guidance. If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time. And their might did not suffer in the slightest. Oh? Oh!
弾かれた。
Oh yeah!
結界はないよ。抵抗だけで弾いた。45標的測定。
Battler, yes, come on.
45了解。
Oh man, I'm so hype.
これは私が故障しているの？変速値が暴走して。対魔法抵抗力エンドレス
Anti-magic resistance power. Endless 9. What?
標的は神話級魔法攻撃でも通用しません。
I have no idea what the magic system is. So I just... Golden Bow Warhead. Didn't Battler just die against the Seven Sisters earlier on? Golden Bow Warheads couldn't penetrate any magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. What? When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9 digits. That reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. Battler had buried all 9 of those digits with 9s.
愚かな。本気のバトラ様の前に魔法が神力を揺らすことさえ及ばない。
Umineko is a power fantasy manga. The Chester sisters dropped their gold bows in shock. The battler himself was as though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulder. I guess.
何やってんだ。遊んでるのかよ。ザコは下がっていろ。席につけ。
Oh
この
man.
エセ魔女め。てめえの化けの皮は俺が剥ぐ。
Oh my god. The Chester sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched this scene in shock. Evatrice. Oh no, it's Beatrice.
これはバトラー何の真似なのか。
見ての通りさ、俺の対戦相手はお前じゃない。そいつだ、そこにいる。お前の名前を語る偽物さ。俺は魔女と戦っている。そして対戦相手に魔女を名乗る者を据え、そいつを打ち破ることで魔女を否定する。てめえの傍若無人はたっぷり見させてもらったぜ。
Oh man. Then Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch.
何が魔法だ、何が魔女だ。てめえは魔女じゃない。俺が化けの皮を剥いでバラバラにしてやるぜ。ワルギリア、戦闘準備だ。
Wait, Vergil is alive? Oh my god. What is happening?
準備よし、いつでもどうぞ。ベアトリーチ、あなたは下がって休みなさい。
Oh, so Beatrice is not dead. What is happening? Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines?
ベアト、下がってみてろ。俺がハグ。このエセ魔女を徹底的に分解してやる。こんな奴を魔女とは名乗らせられねえ。お前は本当の魔女の名誉を守った。
わらわは
何も言う必要はない。黄金の魔女の名は決して安っぽくないってことをお前に代わって教えてやら。
大まかなルールは以上でございます。
ありがとう、ロノウェ。大体のルールは分かったわ。
Oh man.
なるほどね。魔法では勝てないから魔法以外で決着できる世界で私に一騎打ちを挑んできたわけね。
Eva against Battler. Oh my god, this is gonna be very hard.
愚かな連中。へりくつで私に勝てると本気で思ってるのね。
Oh man, Eva.
ああ、思ってる。てめえのへりくつを俺が全て叩き潰してやるぜ。エヴァおばさんよ。
私はエヴァではないわ。それは私の古い抜け殻の名よ。私は彼女のうちに生まれた本当の魔女。
ごまかすな。てめえの正体は魔女でも何でもない。生身の人間だ。人間の犯人だ。後ろ宮エヴァだ。
I don't know about that.
第二の番を再構築。
了解。第二の番はバラ庭園にてローザとマリアが殺されました。当方はそれをエヴァ犯人説にて処定。
はあ、バカバカしい。さあさあおいでなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。
Oh.
後宮秀吉がどんな姿をしていたのか。
何の真似をしやがった。
死者の召喚だ。魔女は証言台に死者を立たせることもたやすい。
On the opposite side, a transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. It looked as though he couldn't see what's going on here, almost like a person on the other side of the TV.
証人喚問。後宮秀吉の証言よ。さあさあ秀吉、お話しなさいな。
わしは部屋でずっとエヴァの看病をしとったんや。
But Hideyoshi must have been an accomplice.
もちろんエヴァが部屋を出るわけも
He could have been
あ
lying.
エヴァおばさん、ここじゃ赤くねえ証言はへの役にも立たねえぜ。赤で再度の苦笑を要求する。
ああ、そうだったわね。いいわよ、赤で言ってあげなさい。
わしはずっと部屋におったで。事件の前後の時間帯は全てや。
Before and after.
さあほら、
In the middle.
これでエヴァが犯人ってことはありえなくなったわよ。どう返してくれるのかしら。
バカバカしい。くだらなさすぎてあくびが出る一手だ。ベアとは一度たりともこんな子供だましな一手を打ったことはない。副賞要求、エヴァおばさんも 事件前後の時間帯は全て部屋にいた。秀吉おじさんはただのアリバイ工作員だ。あんたはおじさんに留守番をさせて
Oh man.
こっそり部屋を抜け出していたんだ。そうでないならこいつが赤で言えるはずだぜ。
復唱拒否。秀吉の証言だけで十分よ。それを復唱する必要はないでしょ。
Oh
降
man.
りてきましたね。容赦は無用です。これでチェック。
ああ、いただきだぜ。ちょろい相手だ。チェック。秀吉おじさんは終始部屋を出なかったろうさ。しかしあんたを看病していたというのは真っ赤な嘘だ。よってあんたのアリバイは存在しない。あんたには部屋を抜け出してローザおばさんたちを殺すチャンスがあった。かわせるってんなら赤でエヴァおばさんは部屋から一歩も出ていないと宣言してみろ。できねえだろ。チェックメイトだ。
何よそれ。わけがわかんない。
悪いなおばさ
お
ん。たとえルールに不慣れであっても全力で叩き潰すのがこのゲームの流儀だぜ。なあベアト。
魔女かはリザインでござ次のゲームに進みましょう。続きますは第4から第6の番でございます。
Now this gets complicated, I think. It seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure in irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all, I won't go easy on her.
ワルギリア、次の事件だ。親父たちの事件を再構築。
了解。
Oh man, is this like... Mate.
ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人は屋敷へ向かい、そこで殺されました。
俺からの指し手は変わらない。
Man, chapter 17 and it still isn't over.
エヴァおばさん、あんたが犯人だ。今度は秀吉おじさんのアリバイすらねえぞ。あんたはたった一人で部屋で寝ていたと主張している。しかしそれは虚偽だ。赤で宣言できるものならしてみやがれ。
拒否するわ。なら教えてよ。エヴァはただの女よ。そして殺されたのは銃を2丁も持つ大人が3人よ。彼女がたった一人でどうやって殺したというの？狂気の杭でどうやって？話によく出る杭の射出機ってどんな構造をしているのよ。それを説明してよ。それが説明できない限りエヴァにアリバイがないとしてもエヴァに殺人が可能だったことにはならないわよ。
説明拒否。悪魔の証明だ。説明不能だからといって未知の殺害方法もしくは未知の凶器の存在を否定できる。つまり俺が杭の射出機の構造を説明できなくてもその存在を否定することにはならない。
何よそれ。そんなめちゃくちゃって通るの？
悪魔の証明有効です。
同じく悪魔の証明有効です。バトラ君はその射出機の構造を説明する義務を負わずにその存在を主張できます。魔女側はこの手を反論できません。やるではないか。なんと強引な。
どこぞの性悪魔女にたっぷり鍛えられたからな。これでチェックだぜ。エヴァおばさんが部屋から一歩も出てないと赤で言ってみろ。そうさ、言えるはずはないのさ。言えないならば決まりだぜ。チェックメイトだ。
なんて暴論。こんなのめちゃくちゃよ。
そういうルールのゲームでございますので、まずは紅茶でもいかがですかな。美味しいクッキーもございます。
いらないわよそんなの。イライラするわ。魔法で勝てないからってこんな卑怯な戦いで。
イラつくなよ。紅茶でも飲めよ。俺はストレートでもらうぜ。ベアトは
わらわは良い。それよりバトル油断するな。向こうがルールに不慣れなだけだ。向こうが要領をつかんでからだ。
だが潰す。徹底的に潰す。なぜなら奴は魔女ではないからだ。あいつを魔女だと認めたら お前の通した意地が通らない。いかなる暴論であろうとへりくつであろうと、俺が全身全霊で叩き潰す。
Battler's side then struck the Eva Culprit theory to explain Krauss and Aunty. The 7th and 8th Twilights in the exact same way. At the time there had been no one on the first floor except for Eva and the victims. And as before, no one could establish an alibi for Eva. Back then, Eva had claimed they disappeared while she went to the bathroom. There was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't really repeat it and read either. Using the same style of argument as that question regarding the stake shooting machine. The witch side asked once more how Eva could have strangled both of them at the same time, all by herself. But of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked it by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirits, the witch's side was completely swallowed up, having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules. Oh, Battler, here it goes. We still haven't realized how bad she is, how much of a problem she is. Come on.
なるほどね。ようやくコツが分かってきたわ。もうあんたの思い通りにことは運ばせないわよ。今度は私から仕掛けさせてもらうわ。ロノウェ第4から第6の番を再構築。後ろ宮キリエをピックアップ。ここで一度第4から第6の番のルドルフ・キリエ・秀吉の殺人に話を戻させてもらう。
あやつ、一度はリザインした局面をなぜもう一度。なるほど、あなたが刺さない珍しい攻め手です。注意して。
当時生存者たちはゲストハウスへ籠城していたわ。食料がなかったけれど彼らは安全を考え、翌日まで食事を抜く覚悟さえあった。けれど結局3人は食料を求めて外へ出るわ。
そうだな、結局3人は食料を取りに表へ出る。
面倒だから赤を交えて語るわよ。キリエは食料はいらないと考えてた。1日くらい食事を抜いても死なないのだからと、ゲストハウスを出ないべきだと主張していた。にもかかわらず彼女は自ら食料を取りにゲストハウスを出ようと提案する。これは矛盾しない？
はい、見事に矛盾します。キリエの行動式に矛盾します。
その矛盾は私が魔法で作り出したの。つまり私が魔法でキリエを操ってそう言い出させて生贄たちが外出するように誘導した。
バカバカしい。そんな魔法あるわけがね。
悪魔の証明よ。
Oh, she's gonna attack her Battler's parents, isn't she? Oh, this is so bad.
バトラ君が知らない魔法だからといって存在を否定することにはならない。そしてその魔法を私は実演する義務も負わない。それでいてさらにあなたには反論の余地もない。こういう戦い方でよろしいのかしら。
はい、実にお見事な一手です。バトラ様、受け手をお願いいたします。
Oh, he has to explain why Kyrie did it.
おかしな論法に持ち込んできやがったぜ。つまりどういうことだ。
後ろ宮キリエの行動式に対して駒を打ってきました。
You need to say that Rudolph convinced her to go, and that breaks up the contradiction.
すでに説明がある通
Or
り、
maybe she knows where the gold was, so she wanted to get out.
キリエは食料を屋敷に取りに外へ出るべきではないという
Oh
行
man,
動式を持っていま
Battler,
した。
you're going to be outmatched here, man.
にもかかわらず彼女は率先して食料を取りに行こうという矛盾した行動をとります。この矛盾が説明できない限り、それを魔法であると主張する暴力的な手です。
そりゃ 最初はキリエさんもそう考えてたんだろうよ。しかし多分途中で色々と考えて、やっぱり食料は必要だろうと心変わりしたってことなんだろう。いざという時空腹で力が出ないってんじゃ意味ないだろうし、まあ
その心変わりが魔法によるものだと主張しているのです。つまり非常に困難なことですが、キリエが心変わりした理由を説明しなければならないのです。
Not related to food. She already said it in red. Come on.
なんだって、そんなのキリエさんの頭の中の話だろ。こっちにもキリエさんの霊を召喚して質問するとかできないのかよ。ベアト、お前キリエさんを呼び出したりできないのかよ。
Man, it's so simple to do.
できません。それは魔
So
女側の
simple
みに許さ
to
れているだけ
explain.
です。
Come on.
すまぬ。
くそ、多分だな。俺たち子供のことを考えて、やっぱり食料は必要だろうと総合的に考えて。
それを客観的に主張しなければなりません。キリエがある理由により食料がやはり必要であると心変わりした
Oh man,
具体
it's
的
so
な証拠が
simple.
必要です。
If both Ava and Kyrie were able to if both Ava and Rose were able to solve the epitaph, maybe Kyrie also solved it and wanted to go outside. Come on, it's just explain that. It's so simple.
そう証言したのを誰かが聞いたとか、何かに書き残したとか。
残念だけど、その心変わりの理由は誰にも語られておらず、また記されてもいない。よってキリエの頭の中で何があったのか、あんたには憶測することしかできないの。つまり証明は不能。私の手に対しあなたは一切の反撃の一手を持たない。今度はあんたがリザインする番なのよ、バトラくん。
Oh my god. Oh man, come on. This is so good.
心変わりの理由など無限に想定できる。そしてその無限の可能性を全て潰しきることは不可能。
肉々しいほどに見事な一手でございます。マトラ様にこれを切り返す方法があるとすれば、多分あの手だけかと。
その手とは
Accusing Kyrie of being the murderer.
さて、どのような手でございましょうね。お嬢様の得意な手だったような気もしますが、私は思い出せません。
ケチケチしないで話せ。ベアトリーチェ、自らの思考を停止させる者に与えられる答えはありませんよ。考えなさい、あなたなりの考えで。
とっととリザインしたら、ついでにさらに赤で追い詰めてあげるわ。キリエはね、死ぬ最後の瞬間まで食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという行動式を維持していたわ。にもかかわらず率先して屋敷へ向かったわ。
That's a bad red for you, actually.
台車を押して食料を運ぼうとしたわ。その矛盾はなぜ？私が魔法で操ったから。これこそが私の魔法が実在し、私が魔女である証拠なの。
うるせえ、黙れ。心変わりでさえないっていうのか。キレ様、死ぬまでずっと食料はいらない、屋敷には行かないと思ってたなら、なんで自分から進んで食料を取りに行こう、屋敷に行こうなんて言い出すんだ。魔法でキリエさんが操られていたっていうのか。そんなバカな。どうやってこの魔法を打ち破ればいいんだ。キリエさんがここにいてくれて、一言心変わり
It's
の
hard
理由を言っ
because
てくれ
Kyrie
れ
is
ば。
like his stepmom.
いや、心変わりすらしてないと奴に赤で言われちまった。どうすりゃいいんだ。人間側には反撃できる一手がね。
There is a lot of
このゲ
moves.
ームって知れば知るほどに魔女に有利なルールよね。たとえいくつの局面で負けたとしても、たっ た一つだけ勝てれば、それだけで魔女は存在を誇示できる。つまりバトラ君には完全勝利以外に魔女を否定する方法はないの。ここまで私のことを散々エヴァ呼ばわりして追い詰めてきたつもりのようだけど、あなたの尊敬するキリエさん一人の頭の中の話だけで全てがひっくり返っちゃうなんて。
Oh man.
しちゃいなさいよ、リザイン。認めちゃえば。
Oh man.
負けちゃえば。
Oh man.
くそー、人間には証明不能だ。死者が何を思って行動したのかなんて推測の域を出ない。しかも推測程度じゃ魔法を否定できない。魔法を打ち破るためにはキリエさんがどうして心変わりしたのか客観的な証拠を。
I guess you could only tie this one actually.
でも畜生、どうして食料が欲しいと心変わりしたのか、その証拠は存在しないと赤で言われちまってる。どうすりゃいいんだ。畜生畜生。
バトラ様、リザインでよろしいですか？
食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かない。でも実際には矛盾したこのキリエさんの考えをどう理解すればいいんだ。
理解なんかできないわよ。理解不能、解釈不能。その闇は全て魔女のものだもの。さあさ考えても無駄よ。おやめなさい。あなたに魔女を否定することなんてできやしない。だって私はこうして存在するんだもの。私こそは黄金の魔女。そこにいる元の魔女から名前を奪い取ったあなたに私がベアトリーチェであることを否定などできないのよ。
くそー、その名を語る資格は貴様にねえ。なのにそれを否定する手が思いつかねえ。
Battler could no longer counter the switch, was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands. But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack.
バトラ様、制限時間を切りますが、リザインでよろしいですか？
Man, and it was so simple too.
人間側受け手がありません。リザインをしま。待て。反撃の手はある。
なんだって。
へえ、どんな手があるっていうのよ先代様。このベアトリーチェの魔法をどんな手で否定できるのか教えてくださる？できないわ。そんなこと不可能よ。
食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという命題をそれ単体で説明できないなら、わらわはそれを待遇で説明する。つまりそれでも屋敷に行ったイコール食料以外の目的でとも説明できるのではないか。これはわらわの得意手のヘンペルのカラスというよりはバトラの得意手のチェス盤思考術よ。キリエが食料を目的に屋敷に行くことがありえないなら、それでもなおキリエが外へ出る他の目的があったと説明するしかない。つまりその目的が証明できれば魔法は否定できる。
なるほど。食料を目的に屋敷には行かないが他の目的があって、それを偽るために食料を取りに行こうと言い出したわけか。確かにそれなら説明がまだ可能かもしれない。しかしどうやって？
お師匠様、キリエの死亡現場の再構築を例の召喚はできぬが、死体の検証は人間側の権利のはず。
いえ、問題ありませんよ。後宮キリエの死亡現場を再構築します。
私たちはキリエの霊を呼び出すことはできないけれど、キリエが何を残したかを知ることでそれを武器にできるかもしれない。
Oh man.
いいわよ、好きなだけを調べなさいよ。何もわかるわけがない。さっきも赤で言ったわよ。キリエは何も書き残してはいない。何を見つけたところで何もわかるものか。
何も見つからないかもしれない。でもバトラは歯を食いしばってそなたを打ち破る一手を思いつこうと戦っておる。わらわにできることはこんな程度しかない。
Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kyrie's corpse and wandered around observing.
人間側の戦い方は今一つ勝手がわからぬ。確か物証が必要だったか。なれば何を探せばいいのか。
大ベアトリーチェ教ともあろうお方が床に膝をつけて這い回ってみっともなくしたやさりとはね。
Oh man.
お似合いな姿だこと。
何とでも言うがよい。わらわにはこれくらいしかできぬ。何を蔑まれようと構わぬ。だがわらわの名誉のために戦うといったバトラー、わらわは捨ておけぬ。地を這い死肉を漁ることになろうともその義理に応えねばならぬのだ。
Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Kyrie's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was inside out and laying on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100-yen coin. There was no special suspicious object. Though Beato was down on all fours and being sneered at, that was all she could find.
それでどうやって私の魔法を打ち破るっていうの？くだらないくだらないバカみたい。
Oh man. バカみたい子供なのね。夢を追って傷ついて。嘘が下手なくせに笑えない笑顔を見せた。I love you もろくに言わない口下手でほんまに不器用。 OK, I'm stopping.
勇ましいことを言って割り込んでおきながらその低たらくは何なの？ああ情けない恥ずかしい。へそかんで死んじゃえば。
Oh man. The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beato. Beato hung her head, trying to withstand the shame.
お嬢様、検証は十分ですか？
これ以上何も見つからぬ。以上の物証から何か反論の一手は出ますか？出なければ人間側リザインせざるを得ません。
当たり前でしょ。何も反論の余地なんてないのよ。私は魔女だもの。私の魔法は打ち破れない。あんたはもはや元魔女でしかないのよ。ベアトリーチェを名乗ることも許されなくなったただの負け犬なのよ。さあ、そのゴミやガラクタを好きに積み重ねて私の魔法を打ち破ってごらんなさい。できないでしょ。できないわよね。
Oh man.
それはなぜ？私が魔女だからよ。あんたは名前さえ持たない負け犬だからよ。
Oh man. Come on, Battler.
何かあるはずなのだ。くじけぬぞ。どれほど嘲笑われようとも、わらわの名誉のために戦うバトラの名誉のためにくじけるものか。
As Beato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find Kyrie if Kyrie was holding something else, to find if she could save Battler from his flight, searching earnestly. However, nothing more came up.
くそ、頼む。後ろ宮キリエ、そなたの息子の窮地をそなたが救わぬわけがない。
Kyrie, I think she hates Battler, actually.
頼む。死してなお、あやつのために力を貸してくれ。
However, Kyrie's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse must remain silent. No dead person existed that would answer Beato, who had lost the endless magic.
無駄よ、無駄。死者をもてあそべるのは魔女だけの特権よ。魔女でもなく、そして人間ですらないあんたに力を貸してくれるものなんてどこにも存在しない。あんたは永遠に一人ぼっち。魔女にも人間にも味方はなく、誰もあんたを助けてなんてくれないの。悔しければ泣いちゃえば。役に立てなくてごめんなさいって詫びちゃえば。
Oh man. Her catchphrase is...
わらわでは何もそなたの力になれぬ。
いや、十分だ。ありがとうベアト。お前の努力を俺は無駄にしない。
慰めなどいらぬわ。このガラクタの山で一体何を反論できるというのか。あやつに嘲笑われてまでかき集めたこのガラクタがどうやって一矢報いれるというのか。
In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all floors and hitting the pile of objects Kyrie had left behind with her fist, Battler also crouched. After patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it up over his head.
そのゴミが何だというのか。
キリエさんはタバコを吸わない。
Ooh, shit. But Kyrie also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes, but at a glance it actually looked as though Kyrie had a smoking habit.
親父は吸ったが、キリエさんは吸わなかった。でも、親父のタバコに火をつけるために、ライターだけは持ち歩いてたんだ。は？
だからなんだというの？夫がタバコを吸うんなら、たとえ吸わなくても、妻がタバコを持ってたとしても不思議はないわ。あるいは喫煙マナーの悪い夫の捨てた吸い殻を拾っただけかもね。それがなんだっていうの？私の魔法とどう関係があるっていうの？何もありゃしない。
さらに言おう。こいつは、親父の吸ってるタバコの銘柄と異なる。すまないがベアト、親父の遺体の懐を見てくれるか。
うん、これか。
Oh man.
銘柄を確認。吸い殻と銘柄が異なります。キリエが持っていた吸い殻はルドルフの吸うタバコの銘柄ではありません。
It's the cigarette from Hideyoshi, isn't it?
だからどうしたというの？キリエは綺麗好きのいい子だから、落ちてる吸い殻を許せず拾っただけかもしれないじゃない。私は嫌だけど。
ベアト、すまんがもう一人頼む。秀吉おじさんの懐だ。親族でタバコを吸うのは、親父と秀吉おじさんだけなんだ。
Everyone knows where this is going, right? Oh man.
あったぞ、これか。
Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out, and held it up.
銘柄を確認。吸い殻は秀吉の吸うタバコの銘柄と認めます。
だからなんだというの？ 秀吉の吸い殻がキリエのポケットから見つかると、私の魔法がどう破られるっていうのよ。
そうさ。この吸い殻がキリエさんのメッセージだ。いや、この吸い殻こそがキリエさんがゲストハウスを離れた理由なんだ。ベアト、ありがとう。お前がこいつを見つけてくれなかったら俺はここで屈していた。
Oh man, I don't know where this is going actually. Because I'm suspecting Kyrie and Rudolph
ワ
of
ルギ
being...
リア、状況を再構築。第2の番、ローザおばさんたちが殺されたことが発覚した後のゲストハウスだ。
了解。再構築します。ローザ、マリアの死亡後、残った生存者はゲストハウス内すべての戸締まりを再確認、バリケードを構築、牢城の結束を再確認。
何も不審なところなんかないじゃない。何が言いたいの？第4の番以降の話をしているのに、なんで第2の番の直後を蒸し返すのよ。
親父は携帯吸い殻入れを持ち歩いてる。キリエさんがわざわざ自分のポケットに吸い殻を入れる理由がようやく見えてきた。その吸い殻に意味があるからさ。その吸い殻こそがキリエさんが俺たちに残したメッセージだ。
聞こうじゃない。その吸い殻一本でどうやって私を否定してみせるというの？
聞いての通りだ。第2の番以降、ゲストハウスでは全ての部屋の点検が行われた。この時キリエさんはあってはいけない場所にあってはいけないものを見つけた。
Oh.
あってはいけないものとは何なのか。
こいつさ、この吸い殻さ。こいつが秀吉おじさんのいた客室の灰皿に置かれていたんだ。
はあ？灰皿に吸い殻があってどうおかしいってのよ。
Eva doesn't like...
おかしいのはあんたの頭の方じゃないの。
エヴァおばさんは大のタバコ嫌い。
Yeah.
そのおばさんが体調を崩して寝込んでるのに吸い殻があるわけがないんだ。しかし灰皿には吸い殻があった。それを見たキリエさんはすぐに気づいた。
And then she noticed that Eva was the culprit.
秀吉おじさんは嘘をついている。本当はエヴァおばさんは寝込んでなんかいなかった。部屋を抜け出していたんだと気づいたんだ。
And Hideyoshi was smoking
副賞要求。
in an empty room.
この吸い殻はエヴァおばさんたちが休んだ部屋の灰皿でもみ消された。
拒否するわ。
ようやく掴んだぜ。ありがとうよベアト。
わらわは役に立てたのか。
ああ、そうさ。吐くぞ。俺たちでエセ魔女の化けの皮を剥いでやれ。
From that cigarette butt, Kyrie realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Eva's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time he was unable to stand the tension and smoked. Then Kyrie confessed that for Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance that Eva was the culprit and Hideyoshi was an accomplice.
そしてキリエさんは食料を取りに行こうと提案する。そして秀吉おじさんにその手助けを頼む。これが意味するところはただ一つだ。キリエさんは秀吉おじさんを隔離して真相を問い詰めるつもりだったんだ。
I think not. I think at that point it's just isolate and kill at that point.
ヘンペルのカラス有効です。魔女側はこの一手を迎え撃てない限りキリエを操ったと称する魔法の存在が否定されます。
なんですって？否定するわよ。とにかく否定するわよ。私じゃないわ。後ろ宮エヴァじゃないわ。エヴァは部屋で寝てたのよ。
Oh man.
ならば言ってみろ。ああ、言えやしないさ。今度だって言えやしないさ。副賞要求。後宮エヴァはその時部屋から一歩も出ていない。
なんなのよこれ。攻めていたのは私でしょ。なんで私が攻められる側になってるの？いつの間に攻守が逆転してるのよ。問い詰めてるのは私なのよ。この魔女である私がなぜに。
繰り返す。 副将要求、後宮エヴァは部屋を出ていない。言えるわけがねえんだ。チェックメイトだ。
Oh man.
魔女側受けてありませんか。
あるわけがない。虚実にて着飾った偽りの魔女に受けられる真実などありはしない。
本当の魔女、貴様に名乗る資格はない。貴様は黄金の魔女じゃない。貴様は人間。後宮エヴァだ。
Ooh. The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with a tremendous heat that denied her own magic and existence, and she let out a howl like a dragon. Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped. Oh man. However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making it return to the original form of the cruel witch.
いいわ。私のことを後宮エヴァと呼びたければ呼べばいいのよ。そうよ。確かに私は後宮エヴァが犯人であることに対する指し手の全てを撃退することができない。私は黄金の魔女を引きずり下ろされ、今や後宮エヴァと呼ばれているかもしれない。でもね、だからって魔法と魔女の存在が否定されたわけじゃない。私が今から教えてやるわ。私が後宮エヴァなどではなく、人間などではなく、本当の魔女であることを今から教えてやるわ。見なさい。この赤き真実を。
When the witch clapped her hands, time and advanced in the world of the Gameboard. Oh. Battler and Ava dashed in front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was.
それがどうしたってんだ。何が言いたい。
まさかまずい。
Ooh. She's gonna reject that Ange was killed by Ava. Beato went pale. In other words, the move of the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beato go pale.
今度こそ言い逃れのできぬ致命的な一手をあなたに。いいえ、あなたを応援する全ての人間どもにくれてやるわ。心して聞きなさい、私の一手を。
やめよ。その一手は。
ベアト、下がれ。俺は受けるぞ。来い、エセ魔女め。
Happiness of Marionette bonus.
ジェシカ負傷後、エヴァは常にバトラの監視下にあった。バトラは犯人でもなく共犯者でもない。よって、エヴァの完全なアリバイを証明できる。
何？
あんたを、人間を絶対に逃れられぬ赤き結界にて封じて殺す。
I doubt it.
さらばだ人間どもよ。出口なき絶対の魔法密室にて永遠に眠るがいいわ。
She's speaking to us right now.
さあ、心して聞きなさい、赤き真実を。この島には19人以上の人間はいない。
Yesterday there was a spider on my room. A very big one, and I had to kill it.
謎の怪人物が隠れていて犯行をなどという愚かしい考えは捨てなさい。
Wait, there are no more than 18 people on this island. Yeah, I already guessed
でも
that.
こういう言い方をすると動物の犯人も疑えるわね。殺人を仕込んだオランウータンは人間にはカウントされてないなんてへりくつを言われちゃかなわない。ならこう言い換えるわ。
人間以外の生命は一切このゲームに関係がない。
Aren't you just contradicting
と
yourself?
いうわけで次にこの島に存在する18人の状況を全て説明するわ。金蔵は死亡している。
Okay.
クラウスは死亡している。夏日は死亡している。秀吉は死亡している。ジョージは死亡している。ルドルフは死亡している。
What the fuck?
キリエは死亡している。
Oh no. Well, my theory.
ローザは死亡している。
Rosa as well. Oh no.
マリアは死亡している。ゲンジは死亡している。シャノンは死亡している。カノンは死亡している。ゴーダは死亡している。クマサワは死亡している。ナンジョは死亡している。以上15人は死亡。そしてバトラは生存している。エヴァは生存している。ジェシカは生存している。これで18人全員。よって最後の犠牲者である南條の死亡時、バトラとエヴァとジェシカの3人だけが生きていたことはわかるわよね。
So Jessica could have killed Nanjo.
なんだと貴様まさか。
エヴァはあなたとずっと一緒にいたわ。だから犯行は不可能。もちろんバトラ君は犯人じゃないわ。アリバイ偽装なんてしてないし、彼女が犯人の可能性も考慮していたから、その行動は用心深く見張ってた。彼女には不審なことをできるあらゆる可能性が存在しなかった。つまり犯行時の使用人室には南條とジェシカしかいなかったのよ。となると読めてるわよ。あなたの一手はこうよね。ジェシカが犯人の可能性もあると。しかし残念ね。先に赤で叩き切ってあげるわよ。後ろ宮ジェシカは殺人を犯していない。
I think I have a way out of
南
this.
條殺しに関わっていない。彼女の目は完全に塞がれている。その彼女に殺人を行うことは不可能よ。さらにおまけしてあげるわ。エヴァとバトラも南條を殺していないし、関わってもいない。
Oh man, this is bad.
ちょっと待ちやがれ。それじゃおかしいじゃねえか。3人しか人間がいなくて。
Oh,
そ
I
れで
think
殺
I
人が
know.
起こ
I
って
think I know.
その3人が関わってないなんて。
I actually
はっ
think
き
I
り
know.
断言してあげるわ。南條を殺した犯人はバトラでもエヴァでもジェシカでもない。つまり生存者の中にはいないということよね。お分かり？
I think I know.
いや、そうだ。二重人格とかどうだ。もともとお前がエヴァおばさんのもう一つの人格であったように、例えばジェシカにもう一つの魔女的人格があって、それがジェシカ以外を名乗って南條先生を殺したとか。
愚かね。すでに赤で語っているわ。ジェシカの目は完全に塞がれていて、彼女に殺人は不可能。彼女にどんな人格が憑依しようとも、彼女の肉体では殺人を行えないの。それとも
So
こう言え
there
ば
are.
満足するかしら。ジェシカの体が起こしたいかなる動作も南條の殺人には関係
So
影
they are-
響しない。
So they are throwing out there that multiple personalities can take control of the body with other names.
この適用をバトラとエヴァにも広げるわ。
Battler and Ava.
つまりどうあがこうが解釈
I
しよう
think I have a
が
way out of
ジェ
this.
シカとバトラとエヴァは南條を殺した犯人ではない。
And now my grand reveal. The one who killed Nanjo was Kinzo. Kinzo is dead, but he could have made a trap. Maybe gas, maybe a bomb, something that killed
ふざける
Nanjo.
な。
Come on, devil's proof.
だって他はもう全員確実に死んでる
Maybe
じゃ
a
ねえかよ。
maybe a timed trap. Come on, it's simple.
ならあとは残るのは 南條先生の自殺説だけじゃねえか。あとトラップ説。犯人はすでに死亡しているが、過去に仕掛けておいたトラップが発動して。
Oh no, don't!
南條は他殺よ。もちろんトラップではなく直接的な殺害方法よ。
Direct method of murder, not a trap. Then couldn't... Maybe Shannon was still alive and took the name of Beatrice to kill Nanjo, and then guided, and then and then she took she tried to impersonate Kanon and lead Jessica out of the room. I think this could work actually.
凶器を構え、それにて真正面の至近距離から殺した。犯人は南條の目の前に堂々と現れ、そして互いに顔を見合わせながら殺害したのだ。
Shannon was still alive, took the personality of Beatrice, killed Nanjo, and then impersonated Kanon and took Jessica out of the room after she killed Nanjo.
だから待てよ。生存者は3人しかいない。それ以外は全員死んでることはお前が赤で語ってる。つまり18人全員の生死が確定してる。
Okay, say it in red. No actions by the body of Shannon could have resulted in the murder of Nanjo. If she can't deny that Shannon killed Nanjo, then
しかも19人目は存在しないとあらかじめ赤で否定済みだ。
say, repeat, Battler, think about this. No actions. You can go through the list of dead people. Come on. No actions of Kingslow's body could have killed Shannon. Could have killed Nanjo. No actions of Genji could have killed Nanjo, and so forth and so on, and trap her there.
つまり生存者3人以外には存在できない。なのにその3人以外の4人目が南條先生の前に現れてる。19人目は存在しないのにどうして俺たち以外の人間が現れて南條先生を殺害できるんだ。おかしい。お前は嘘をついている。赤字で嘘をついている。
赤は真実のみを語る。
それを疑うことはすなわち貴様の後ろで私に怯え萎縮し、その背に隠れるその魔女の名誉を裏切ることになるわよ。
くそ。
はっきりと今こそ言い切るわ。
南條の前に現れし私こそ魔女なのよ。18人の人間では説明できない黄金の魔女なのよ。
Oh man.
ワルギリア、ロドベ、状況は矛盾していないのか。奴は本当に赤で真実を語っているのか。
はい、赤き真実有効です。
なんという緻密かつ精密な爪。
こいつをどう手を打ちゃいいんだ。ワルギリア、何か手はないのか。
私には何も思いつきません。
ロドベア。
申し訳ありません。しかしこの1000年、これほどまでに精密なる美しい盤面を見たのは初めてです。
悔しいですが美しいなんて美しい赤によるチェックメイト。
The witch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and an expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. Forget surrendering, they were impressed as a perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, it gives them rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. Oh, there are many. She had said in red that all 15 people had died. She had said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Ava, existed. Even though none of these 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. And without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly from in front of him. And she's saying that that person is a witch?
南條を殺した犯人は動物などの類ではないわよ。それはすでに赤で宣言済みよ。人間以外は一切考慮から外しなさい。ロボットなんかもダメよ。人間以外の一切の要素はこのゲーム版に関与しない。ゆえにこうも言えるわね。南條を殺したのは確かに人間である。
Oh man, are you contradicting yourself?
地に足のついた人間が凶器をかざしそれにて殺した。
You literally lost with that move. Come
完
on.
全にて。ただしその人間は魔法が使えたかもしれないわ。それはすなわち魔女だったということ。それがつまりこの私、黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
Even as Battler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thunk. His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender.
ひざまずいたわね。そうよ、あなたはもう理解し始めている。黄金の魔女が存在することを、そしてその黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが私であることを。さあ、たたえなさい。本当の魔女の復活を今こそたたえなさい。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの復活を今こそたたえなさい。
This feels a bit weird,
第
actually.
9の晩に魔女はよみがえり、誰も生き残れはしない。
くそー、俺にはわからねえ。ここまで徹底的に赤でがんじがらめにされたら、俺にはもうさっぱりだ。
I'm wondering where this story will go after this point, and I'm feeling a bit weirded out.
バトラくじけるな。わらわとそなたは再び戦い合う約束を交わしたではないか。ここでそなたは屈服するのか。わらわと再び戦う前にこのようなところで消え去るのか。
I feel like we're building up to a plot twist somewhere. I don't know.
その約束を破りたくはねえ。しかし俺には奴を否定する手が全く思いつかねえ。これはそもそも問題にさえなってない。容疑者以外は存在せず、その容疑者は全員白、赤で白だって言われてんだぜ。それでいてしっかり他殺で犯人は人間でちゃんと目の前に現れて南條先生を殺したという。もうお手上げだ。どうにもならねえ。
頼むバトラー、諦めるな、くじけるな。思考を止めれば自動的にそなたの負けとなる。頼むからくじけるな。わらわも応援しておる。負けたりするな。
もう何も思いつかねえんだ。
So it makes sense. Shannon was alive and killed George. With Nanjo opening the windows. And then she killed Nanjo and disguised herself as Kanon.
どうせあいつは魔女だから魔法とかでやったに違いない。考えるだけ無駄だぜって思っちまう。ダメだ。頭が痛い。脳が疲れる。考えたって無駄だからやめちまえって考えちまう。
バトラー、聞け。チェスというゲームは相手を任そうと互いが尽くすから一回のゲームに長い時間をかける。しかしどちらかが最初から勝ちを捨て自分に損な手を進んで指せば
あっという間にゲームを終えるのだ。これをフールズメイトという。
A fool's mate is simply put a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest methods of losing are considered. Opening the area in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Even though the average game time in chess is several hours, a game can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take a painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily at any time. Chess games don't last hours. Most of the games now have a timer, so... And the grandmasters move their pieces extremely fast, and by the time they reach the end of the mid game, they already moved their pieces so fast to the end game, so they already know what the end game is like.
人間側は思考を停止させることによって目の前の問題を魔女に譲り渡し、木からリンゴが落ちることさえ直ちに魔法の仕業ということで決着できてしまう。そしてそれは魔女側も同じことだ。魔女は赤き真実を使う。
I guess before the timers, chess games were very long, but still.
それにて魔法の正体が人間で説明できてしまうことを示せば。
言われなくても分かってるさ。考えを止めるなって言うんだろう。しかしあいつのあの完璧な真っ赤な手にどうやって反撃すればいいんだ。俺には人間にはもう無理だ。
Don't lump me with you. I already solved it.
無理か。バトラにも無理なのか。頼む。くじけるな。
Oh man, these moments are very interesting.
俺にはもう無理だ。
Beatrice crashed to the floor, crying heavily. We had to watch that with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch.
わらわがそなたの手に反撃の一手を刺そうぞ。
へえ、この完璧なるチェックメイトにあなたはどう切り込んでくれるというのかしら。人間には決して破ることのできないこのチェックメイトをあなたごときがどう破るというの？
ベアトリーチェ、あなたまさか。人間にさせぬ一手なるわらわが魔女であるがゆえにさせる一手で、
Let's see.
そなたを迎え撃ってやる。
魔女であるがゆえにさせる一手。お前何をする気だ。
わらわが赤にて魔女を否定する。
Ooh.
ベアトリーチェ。
お嬢様。
The teacher and butler were both startled. I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches could use. To use that red to deny the witches was like using her own sword to slit her own throat.
はあんた何を言ってるの。赤で魔女を否定。バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。そんなことしたらあんたも無事じゃ済まないわよ。
そなたは魔女にあらず、そしてわらわもまた魔女ではない。真の魔女への道は険しく、まだまだ長い。なれば好都合、今この場に。もとより魔女など存在はしないのだ。わらわが自らそのまやかしを剥ぎ取ってやろうぞ。
私もあんたもしっかり堂々とした魔女でしょうが。赤が使えることこそ魔女の証。あんたにとって魔女の定義がどういうものか知らないけど、あんただけは無傷で済むなんて勘違いをしているなら今すぐ。
勘違いなどしているものか。それで良いのだ。
ですって。
わらわはもとより魔女には慣れていなかった。
真の魔女になるためにようやくその道のりを歩き始めたに過ぎる。もし今のわらわが魔女だというのなら、それは力に溺れただけで、そなたに同じ偽りの魔女に過ぎぬ。そのようなみすぼらしい姿なら未練などない。そなたもろともわらわのこの姿も消し去ってくれようぞ。
正気、やめなさい。私はまだ魔女でいたいのよ。人間は嫌なのよ。
魔女様、どうかご着席を。人間側の受け手をどうかご着席の上お受けください。
何をするの。話して。その女に赤を使わせないで。やめさせて。話せ。
As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Renove pressed down on both her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. And even after that, he didn't remove his hands from those shoulders. Denying witches was the same thing as denying magic. That included demons, such as Renove. However, instead of running away, Renove chose to act as the facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake.
ベアトリーチェ、後悔はないのですね。お師匠様こそごめん。いっぱい楽しい魔法や幸せな魔法を教えてもらったのに全然上手に使えなかった。だから
Oh man, that
ゼロから
face.
修行やり直してくる。そのバカ弟子の不始末に巻き込んで本当にすまなかった。良き弟子よ、最後にもてました。あなたの信じるままにお行きなさい。
お前らが何の話をしてるのか俺にはさっぱりだ。だがこれだけはわかる。そして言える。ベアト、何をしようとしてるのか知らねえが、これからやろうとしていることをやめろ。
そなたに手はない。しかしわらわに手はある。この一手逃せばあやつは魔女として真の意味で復活し、今度こそこの島の全てを支配する。全ての悪夢はあの女の自由自在となり、この島は永遠に邪悪なる魔女の妄想を繰り返す無限地獄に落ちるだろう。そなたはそれを許せるというのか。親しい家族たちが永遠にあの魔女の悪夢にもてあそばれてもよい。
だがお前が犠牲になることなんてないだろう。これは俺と奴のゲームだ。お前が身を犠牲にして手を刺すことなんてない。俺が考える。起死回生の一手を必ず考えるから。だから早まるな。畜生、絶対に思いつくから。だから早まるんじゃねえ。
このゲームは残酷であるぞ。すでにそなたの兆候に制限時間を使い切っておるわ。もはやわらわしかおらぬ。安心せよバトル。わらわが撃つあの残酷なる魔女をわらわが自らの手で撃つ。
待てベアト。
I paused for a second. I have to drink some water.
やめろ、よせ。お前が自分を犠牲にする必要なんて何もない。
わらわを否定するためにそなたは戦っていたのだろうが、おかしなやつだ。
Oh man.
あの子の好きにさせてあげてください。そしてどうか見届けてやってください。
しかし
バトラー、一つだけ耳を塞いでくれぬか。
耳をどうして。
わらわはこれより赤にて魔女を否定するあやつの赤で敷き詰めた盤面を切り裂いてみせる。さすればわらわもまた
魔女の姿を失うだろう。そなたもわらわが語る赤き真実を聞けば、わらわの正体を理解することになる。そなた一人が耳を塞いだところで真実は何も変わらん。だがそれでもそなたにだけは耳を塞いでほしい。そなたの前だけでは魔女でいたいのだ。頼む。
ベアトリーチェ様、魔女側問題ありません。どうぞ察してよ。
あんたもただじゃ済まないのよ。あいつおかしいわ。私たちを巻き込んで自分も死ぬ気よ。やめて、否定しないで。やめて。仮にも黄金の魔女が見苦しいぞ。さあよいか、バトラの代わりにそなたのチェックメイトを外す。15人が死に3人しか残らぬチェス盤にて何が起こったのか、わらわがこれより赤にて暴く。その赤き真実にて偽りの魔女2人を共に貫いて殺す。
Beato turned around and smiled at the battler. More likely, no one would believe that the witch, who had gone to the limits of cruelty, tried to relieve a smile as the last expression she showed battler. That smile signified her last wish, as she wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears. To protect her final bit of honor as a witch, he put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled, so that not even a bit of what she's saying would slip into his ears. After that was a world where a battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red, even as the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That was the red truth, words of power, words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke. With the red truth, she cut up the bright red Gameboard that the witch had released. She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans, with moves that could only be solved by witches, and began cornering the witch. The truth the battler was not permitted to hear. Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped in an instant. Battler would probably be able to become the victor in his game with Beato. He would probably have understood all the riddles of the island, all the magic and tricks, closed rooms, spells, curses, legends, and the entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler will only learn Battler will only learn what was that when he reached the truth by himself. Yes, from the beginning, Beatrice had wished Battler would reach that truth by himself. Not something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was a truth that Battler would have to drag himself to by his own power. A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch at the center, and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. Its heat and brilliance, like the sun, shone on all the falsehoods that hid the darkness, trying to deceive and burn them to nothing.
なぜあんたは死ねるの？こんなすごい力を持ち得ながらどうして命を捨てられるの？
黄金も魔法も全てを自在に操れる力を持つあんたがどうしてそれをあっさりと投げ出せるの？
山をなす黄金であろうと海を裂く魔法であろうと手に入らぬものがあることを知れ。さあ姿を現すがいいぞ。 その正体を表せ。後ろ宮エヴァ。
When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Eva could be seen there holding a gun.
あんたが犯人なんだ、エヴァおばさん。
気づくのが遅いわよ、バトラ君。
Oh man. Oh man. Without any hesitation or mercy, Eva raised her gun and pulled the trigger. And as the explosive sound rang out, Battler's heart was shot through, and he fell to the floor, to going into convulsions for a short time. With blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. But in his last moments, he realized without a doubt that she was a murderer, and not just for killing him. There have been many murders, and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, they had to expose all of them with the red, blasting away all magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was that nothing more or less than proof that magic can all be explained with humans? Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself don't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied in red, you can see one fact which is extremely unfair for us, that it is possible to deny all magic. So in other words, no, I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I spent covering my ears would be made pointless. If I'm going to regret, I can only regret my own actions. If at that time I thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, there would have been no need for Beatrice to sacrifice herself. It was my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion. Oh man. This feels very strange. I don't know. Even though it was a pitch black world where nothing could be seen. Still, next chapter, still chapter 18. Wow. For some reason, I felt Beatrice's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. You can exchange words with someone, whether they are human or witch. So even if the world where witches had been denied, I should be allowed to talk to her.
ベアト。
バトラか。やったぞ、わらわ。やった。
ああ、聞こえはしなかったが、俺はお前の姿を最後まで見ていたぜ。お前が邪悪な魔女に毅然と立ち向かうところをちゃんと見てたぜ。
これでもうわらわは魔女ではない。だが必ずわらわは再び魔女になるぞ。
So Beatrice did not
そ
die.
して
And I
再び
thought
黄
she
金の
would.
魔女と呼ばれるに至って再び
Two
そなたの
witches.
対戦相手だと認められに
Human
帰ってくるか。
culprits.
いや、お前は魔女だったぜ。俺は見てたぜ、お前があの邪悪な魔女を
Oh, the wind.
すっげえ魔法で吹き飛ばしてその正体を暴き出すところを俺はちゃんとこの目で見ていたぜ。
She did not die. Virgilia also didn't die both times. Oh man, no way.
あれは魔法ではなく赤き。
いや、魔法だったぜ。
Oh
お
no.
前は確かに黄金の魔女だった。
I'm getting a very bad sinking feeling in my stomach right
お
now.
前自らが否定しようとも
Oh man, this is very
俺
bad.
が認めてやるよ。お前は確かに黄金の魔女だ。
Oh, this is very bad. When Battler said The battler said those words. In the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold, like a wheat seed, shone brightly. And even though it was small, it had strong gold-colored sparkle. Oh, I'm getting such a bad feeling. Oh, this is bad. Then it shone on the two of them, sitting with their backs together. So they each became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as consciousness. They became aware that they had bodies and definitely existed. No, perhaps we should say that each other had been given an existence called body. When Battler looked at his own form, he wasn't that surprised. When Beato looked at her own form, she was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked just like normal. But for a short while, she was also surprised by that form. Oh...
これはどういうことなのか。
Oh, everything is coming back, and I'm feeling so strange right now. The grain of wheat was no longer simply gold colored, but was like the light of the sun. Everything I've been feeling in this chapter 3 is hitting me so hard right now, and I feel very... Then it softly began to approach Beato's chest. When that grain of the sun was sucked inside of her chest, happiness of marionette. The world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then a deep blue sea, a deep blue ocean was spread out below them. An island rose up, trees sprouted and created a forest. Walls surrounded us, and a ceiling swallowed us. Oh, covering ears, and what was adorned with more and more things, made to be like the hall in the Ushirimiya mansion. In the middle of the fantastical hall, where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with white tablecloths, like it was a party. Oh man! Oh! Oh my god! Oh, can I hit myself now? Can I give me a... Oh man, I want to punch. Oh man. What? In the middle of the fantastical hall where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with white tablecloth. Like it was a party, and beautiful cooking and fruits were set out. And over there was a very great many shapes. Because everyone talking together and smiling. It's so bad!
みんな
Oh, I'm cringing so hard. Oh no. Can I give me a... Someone can please punch me in the face. Come on. Oh, can't believe there was Dad and Kyrie-san, Uncle Krauss, Aunt Natsuki and Aunt Rosa, and of course even Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. George, Nikki, Jessica, Maria, wait, even Shannon-chan, Kanon-kun, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san are here. Everyone was at the party, clapping their hands, celebrating our return. So that's why this is the third chapter. Oh my god, this... I'm being whiplashed so hard.
どうしてだみんな死んだのにどうして生きてるんだ
黄金鏡では全ての死者の魂を蘇らせることができるのです。
Oh, Virgilia, were you in this too? Yes, you were, right? Oh, man.
Beatrice, そしてようこそ、バトラ君。
You were in this too, right? Oh.
黄金鏡へようこ
Is
そ。
was Runaway in it too? Maybe even Maybe even Ava Beatrice was in it. Oh no.
わらわ
Oh, is she still acting? Oh, this is so bad, Battler. Get the fuck out.
黄金鏡への扉に至ったのか。
はい、お嬢様はついに全員を黄金鏡へお招きできた
No,
のです。
no, no, no. This is
よ
very
うこそバ
bad.
トラ様、黄金鏡へ。
バトラ、ようやくここへたどり着いたか。
Oh no.
じいさま、俺は一体。
お前はわしの魔法と相入れぬ血を
Maybe
最も
not,
濃
but
く受け継い
oh
でしま
no,
っ
yes,
たのだ。
yeah.
ゆえにこの黄金鏡にお前だけがたどり着けず、ずっとベアトリーチ
Oh,
は
yes.
そなたを探してい
It's
た
what
の
I'm
だ。
thinking it is. This is bad.
そなたをここへ連れてくるためにあ
Battler.
らゆる手を尽くしておった。
This is a honey trap. Get the fuck out.
なんだって。
これでようやく全員が揃いましたな。
さあバトラ様もお席へ。今宵の料理はこの5打目の最高傑作を尽くしました。どうかぜ
Oh
ひ
god,
ご
this
賞味
is
くだ
worse
さい。
than the second game. Oh my god.
あんた光栄に思いなさいよね。本当は私が全部食べるところをお情けであんたらの分も残してあげてるんだからね。
I'm confused, but I think it
7
is.
組姉ちゃんたち。
黄金鏡では意志ある者すべてが公平だ。ここで我ら家具とて人間とて魔女とて区別はない。
バトラ様、お待ちしておりました。そしてようこそ黄金鏡へ。
シャノンちゃん、ジョージの兄貴。
僕もまだこれが夢じゃないかと疑ってるよ。僕たちは死んだはず。でも生きてる。そして全員が全員ここにいて幸せなんだ。信じられない。
そうよ、どうせここは夢の中の世界なのよ。だからジョージがメイドの女と仲良くしたってどうせ夢なんだから。
What the hell? Oh man.
予算かエヴァ。今は黙って若い二人を祝福せなあかん。黄金鏡は至福の都や。ここではいがみ合いは一切なしやで。
ここでは愛し合う者たちは全てが自由。誰にもはばかられることはない。
Oh man. I'm sweating.
素敵。焼けちゃうわ。
ようバトラ、なんだかそのバトラ様、ようこそ。そしてお帰りなさいませ。
Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Kanon-kun. Kanon-kun wanted to act humbly like a servant and bow, but since neither of them could let go of each other's hands, he couldn't do it so well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical.
使用人のことなんてダメです。うちのジェシカをやれるわけありません。
いいじゃないかね。好きな相手くらい自由に選ばせてやるといい。
Krauss is understanding.
ダメです、ダメです。ジェシカ、うちもダメなのよ、ジョージ。
What the hell? As Aunty and Otava hugged each other, they cried tears of regret for their adorable children, even though they had always been at odds. It was a very bizarre scene.
いいじゃないですか、誰が誰を好きになったって。そうよ、親が子離れしてない証拠ね。
バトラ、俺はお前がどんな女を連れ帰っても生温かく受け入れてやる。
Okay, Battler, give a big punch to your dad's face, come on.
この人に紹介しちゃダメよ。すぐ手を出すからとっとと駆け落ちしちゃうのよ。
Oh man.
バトラ、やっとここへ来た。
マリア、
Oh man, Battler, get the fuck out.
お前は最初からここへ来ることになると。
だからマリアは何も怖くなかった。みんなは臆病でビクビク。面白かった。
なんてこった。一番ずれてると思ってたお前が 実は最初から真相を知ってたなんてな。
無礼です。マリア卿に対してそのような口の利き方、とても許せません。
Lady Maria.
射撃曲線形成、攻撃準備よし。
What is this slice of life? Oh my god.
マリア卿、いつでも攻撃できます。
What is this slice of life nonsense that's only supposed to happen later on, like in episode, in the epilogue or something? This isn't supposed to happen so soon.
ベアトリーチェ様の御前です。
And this is very bad.
まあ固いことを言わずに今ははしゃいで喜び合いたい気持ちを察しましょう。それより乾杯の準備を始めようではありませんか。
さあさあ、自慢のサバ料理の準備は十分ですよ。いつでも配膳できますよ。
Kumasa and Genji are there. Renove and Virgilia are there. Oh man.
パグらしく働きなさいよ。
やだ、もっとつまみ食いするの。
さあ働こう。お客人方を待たせるな。私たちはアクセク働き奉仕をしよう。お客人たちに何もさせるな。武将にさせて怠惰にさせてコロコロと豚のように肥えさせろ。
Oh man, I missed you, Belphegor. I missed you.
ベアトリーチェ、バトラ君、こちらへ。
Grandfather and Virgilia were standing on the landing at the top of the staircase, beckoning to us. Beato and I turned our heads to see what was going on, then climbed the stairs together. From the hall, it looked like a very high stage. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment and an old-fashioned quill pen. Oh, Battler, just run! I'm cringing so hard. I saw that strange magical characters in Japanese were written side by side, and below it, many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first, and everyone's names have been signed all over it. The people who arrived at the Golden Land probably signed this, one after another.
Battler, お前で全てが揃う。心して聞くがよい。
黄金鏡は魔女の力だけで保たれている世界ではありません。そこで幸福を享受する全ての人間による協力と承認が必要なのです。そのためにここには全員のサインが揃わねばならない。
This feels a little bit cultish.
前回黄金鏡の扉がようやく開いたが、お前はサインを拒んだ。
Didn't you get devoured by the witches there?
記憶にはないだろうがな。お前がサインを拒んだため、この世界を再び闇に閉ざしてしまったのだ。
それだけを聞いてると、なんだか俺一人が頑固で。
Battler, don't.
みんなにいろいろと迷惑をかけたように聞こえるな。
Oh man, oh I see it. Oh.
そなたの頑固は折り紙付きであるからな。金蔵から受け継いでいるのは血だけではないらしいぞ。
Beato laughed amiably. I should have felt that she was making fun of me, but without thinking, I went along with her, laughing and smiling.
魔法とはすなわち奇跡。奇跡は全員が信じ合わねば完成せぬ。
Oh man.
そして最後のそなたが信じてくれることで、この奇跡は
This
黄金鏡は完成するの。
She's changing again.
なんだかいろいろ迷惑をかけちまったみたいだな。
No.
それで俺はどうすりゃいいんだ。
Battler.
まずここにあなたのサインを。
Don't sign it. Don't run away.
次にベアトリーチェはここにサインを。
羽ペンって使いづらいな。
Get the fuck away.
弾いた。
下手くそめ。 インクはじきは縁起が悪いのだぞ。自分の名前くらいとっとと書け。ミミズがのたくるようにね。
お前こそなんだよ、カタカナで書くなよ。ベアトリーチェなんて洒落た名前なんだから、ちゃんと筆記体で書け。羽ペンと名前が泣いてるぜ。
うるさいな。筆記体はテストの時は使うなと授業で言われなかったか。
これ厳かな儀式であるぞ。沈黙せよ。
結構二人のサインが揃い、誓約書の書式が揃いました。
Oh no, he signed it. This is so bad.
二人には宣誓を。まずはベアトリーチェから。誓約書に手を添え、誓約を。
I'm getting cold. I'm sweating.
ベアトリーチェは良き魔女として人々の幸福のために今後も修行を続けることを誓います。さあ。
なんだか恥ずかしいぞ。
Okay. You didn't say in red.
良き魔女として人々の幸福のために今後も修行を続けることを誓います。
You did not say it in red.
これで良いか。
No.
よろしい。次はバトラだ。
バトラ君も同様に誓約書に手を添え、誓約を。後宮バトラは黄金鏡の一員として自身と隣人の幸福のために奉仕することを誓います。
Oh man, this is so cultish.
後宮バトラは黄金鏡の一員として自身と隣人の幸福のために奉仕することを誓います。俺も恥ずかしいぜ。
Am I the only one getting this bad feeling? Or
聞け皆の者、今ここに黄金鏡を認める18人の人間全員の誓約が揃った。
when Kinzo proclaimed that, everyone applauded at once, praising us. Since I had been the only stubborn one and had just been a pain, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one.
それでは古式にのっとり最後に誓約したバトラ君に黄金鏡への招待状のサインを求めます。
Another one.
これは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェを黄金鏡へ招くためのもの。黄金鏡はそれを認めた人間たちの総意によって黄金の魔女を招き、そして完成するのです。
バトラ、読み上げるぞ。しっかり聞け。我々18人は黄金の魔女をベアトリーチェと認め、黄金鏡へ招きます。
Battler, come on, man. This is a honey trap.
俺が招待状を送らないと招かれないのかよ。
そういう儀式らしい。わらわとて肩が凝るぞ。さっさと終わらせようではないか。わらわはさっきから腹が減ってかなわぬのだ。
Oh man.
そういや俺も缶詰をちょいとつっついただけでろくなもんを食ってないぜ。
She was supposed to die 2 times and didn't die. At that point, she had to realize something was wrong, right, Battler? Come on.
さっさとサインを済ましちまう。
The same for Vigilia.
なにあなたを魔女と認めます。俺ずいぶんシンプルだな。じいさまめ誇張して読みやがったな。
Oh man. Come on, Battler.
ほらほら早く。
Oh no. I can't believe it.
そこに
Oh my god, that face. Virgilia as well. Gosh.
早く サインを。
Oh my god, her face is with slightly weird and uncomfortable smiles. The two of them started demanding that I sign. Oh my god. Huh? At that time, an incredible sound like that of the glass window breaking reverberated through the hall. The bustling tumult faded back into complete silence. Is this like a female battler from an alternate reality or something? I dropped the quill pen and turned around, trying to see what had happened. Yep. Oh man. When I did, where had she come from? Yeah, she looks a lot like Battler though. A human who clearly hadn't been there a short while ago was in the very center of the hall, looking up at us. Who's that? A girl? She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me. She's like an alternate version of you. But I didn't know that face. None of the other people here knew that face either.
なんだ貴様は何者だどこから現れたわらわのパーティーに招待状なき客は必要ない家具どもつまみ出せ仰せのままに囲め
The seven sisters of Purgatory surrounded her from 7 directions, taking out magic blades that drew purple curves and blocking her. Oh man, and from out of nowhere, shuffling goat-head servants appeared in great numbers, surrounding that girl. Oh, so that was it. This whole time. On top of that, the Chester sister stood in front of Beato, like a wall, readying that golden bow and pulling back the bowstring. You know that there's no redemption for you, right? After this. But the girl didn't move at all. On the contrary, she was still staring at us on the landing, as though she didn't mind at all. Who is she looking at? Beato? Grandfather? Could it be me? Yes. That girl was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. And after our eyes met perfectly, she yelled. Oh my god! Is that who I think it is? Is that the... Oh my god, I love this voice actress. Oh my god, it's her! Oh, it's Railgun. It's Railgun. Oh yes, yes! It's Railgun. It's Misaka Mikoto from the Index series, 2-hour series. At that time, something incredibly strong lifted me by the nape of my neck. What was going on? And after being made to turn around behind me, I saw Virgilia with an eerie smile on her face and the muscular forms of the goat monsters. A goat monster that looked about 2 meters tall was grabbing me with an arm as thick as a log. Who are you? What are you, a lambda?
招かれざる来客に耳を貸す必要などありませんよ。さあ、あなたはサインをするのです。この宣誓書に。
This feels a bit weird as well.
後ろ宮バトラは魔女の存在を認めると。
I'm trying to think here. A miraculous save from a cultish ending. But they revealed themselves before he could sign.
Sa, この宣誓書にサインを。
It's a bit cheesy. As the goat monsters held me down with the power of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist.
バトラー、なんで抵抗するんだよ。 さっきはコロッとサインしてくれそうだったじゃないかよ。今さら心変わりなんてするなよ。
Oh my god.
魔女を認めてもいいかなって一瞬思っただろ。思ったんだろ。
Oh man. Okay, no different witches, I guess.
俺は騙されてた。
Oh, was that for Beatrice all an illusion? Then
そんなバカな。ベアとはそんなや
was
つじゃ。
Beatrice playing both characters? The tragic heroine and the big bads. Oh my god, Beatrice, what the fuck?
悪いなバトラー、こんなやつでよ。もうダメだ。甘ったるい何や節はやっぱわらわの肌に合わねえや。お師匠様、力ずくで頼むぜ。地味な役回りだったんで、すっかり退屈してたんで。何者か知らねえが、たっぷりぐちゃぐちゃのねちゃねちゃに糸が引くほどぶっ殺してやるぜ。女に生まれてきたことを後悔させてやるよ。
Oh man. Okay. As Beato waved her golden pipe, the massive chandelier hanging in the hall was electrocuted, and from that a terrible purple thunderbolt fell. It should have been a direct hit on the girl below it, turning her into ash. However, not a single hair was singed. I think
飛び入りするだけのことはある。聞こう。名を名乗れ。
is she Ange maybe? I think
あ
it
んたに
is.
名乗る名前なんてないわ。
Battler's sister maybe.
それよりバカ、いつまで騙されてるのよ。このお人よし、早く気づいて。これが全て魔女の罠であることに。
Those words were aimed at me. This is all the witch's trap, she says. This can't be. Beato reformed and swore to become a good witch.
ベアと罠なんて嘘だよな。嘘だと。
Oh man, her voice is so good. Okay, I found my favorite, one of my favorite voice actors.
バトラー、結構面白かったぜ。しかしお師匠様の言う通りにしてみたんだが、本当に結構いいとこまで行けたな。なんでもツンツンと残虐を尽くした後に程よくへたれて出れてみせると、好感度ってやつが大幅アップするんだろ。
Oh my god, please kill me.
出れて病んでる悪役が最近はイケてるって聞いたぜ。
I've heard villains who start all lovey-dovey then freak the shit out are all the rage these days, right?
これでもよ、最近流行りの漫画とかアニメとかギャルゲーで結構勉強したんだぜ。そうしたらお前案の定お涙ちょうだいでコロリだよ。バーカ、本当に単純なやつ。これぞ名付けて北風と太陽作戦。
Oh man.
そんなくそって。よくも騙しやがったな。
I'm doubting something here. Oh man.
ああ、その表情が一番お前には似合ってるさ。
Right as they were about to win, they showed their true faces. True faces in quotation marks. Perhaps, I see.
お前の気遣うようなあの表情な。わらわにはやはり合わぬわ。背中がかゆくなって、それをこらえるので必死であったぞ。残念でした。魔女は改心なんてしません。
Oh man. You could see the underlying.
サインを頼むぜ、お師匠様。飛び入り客はわらわの獲物よ。さあ、あなたはもうこのサインを拒めませんよ。さあ、ほら。
Oh man, Virgilia, that look does not
サインをして身も心も
suit your
魂も
face.
捧げてしまいなさい。
Neither this tone of voice. And Virgilia lifted her chin as a signal. The goat monsters, with an even more vice-like power, forced my arm to approach the parchment. Ow, 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 these guys are trying to make me sign, even if it breaks my arm. Then a bright red light burst open with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. Did that girl save me? Yeah, I think she's his sister. But still... But who in the world is that? I don't have a clue. It's either his sister or an alternate version.
いい加減にして、あなたが羨ましいわ。
助けてもらってなんだが、ひでえ言われようだぜ。すまねえがあんた、どちらさんだ？
六軒島の魔女、彼は返してもらうわよ。
Oh man. She's competing with Bern Castell as my favorite voice actress. Oh man. Rika's voice actress is insanely good, but so is Railgun.
誰が返すか愚か者。バトラはわらわの玩具だ。わらわのお気に入りの世界で一番の玩具だ。飽きぬぞ、捨てるぞ、誰にも渡さぬぞ。バトラとて今を精一杯楽しんでおる。わらわと一緒にこんなにも楽しく遊んでおるのだ。そなたが何者であろうともそれを邪魔立てはさせぬ。
ええ、本当に楽しそうね。腹立たしいくらいに羨ましいわ。こんな素敵なところでみんなでワイワイ楽しく賑やかにゲラゲラと、たくさんの美人の魔女たちに囲まれてチヤホヤされて、さぞや楽しくて帰りたくないでしょうよ。
俺に言ってるのか？
Yeah, I think she's his sister.
おいおい、そりゃ誤解だ。俺だって迷惑してる。
Problem is she from the future, maybe?
何が楽しいもんか。俺の苦労を知りやがれってんだ。
何が苦労よ。お父さんお母さんと楽しく過ごして、いとこみんなでキャッキャと遊んで。
Yeah, mom and dad.
愉快な魔女たちといつまでも永遠に遊んで過ごせる。なんてあなたは幸せなの。あなたたちが羨ましいわよ。分かってる？私も混ぜてほしいくらい。
Or maybe it still could be an alternate version, but I think it's his sister.
あいにくだがそれは断るぞ。わらわは手持ちの玩具で満足しておる。そなたのようなそやな玩具はわらわのおもちゃ箱にふさわしくない。
ええ、分かってるわ。誰があんたなんかと遊ぶものですか。でも少しだけ感謝するわ。こうしてみんなに合わせてくれて。
お前誰なんだ。まさか。
なるほど、そうか。ああ、分かったぞ。
Yeah.
そなたの正体。
I think she's Ange.
なるほどな。ベルンカステル教の送り込んだ駒とはそなたなのか。気に入った。改めてそなたをわらわのパーティーに招こうではないか。たっぷり歓迎してやるぞ。バトラともども仲良く遊んで壊して殺して潰して灰にしてパン生地に混ぜてふっくらと焼き上げてくれるわ。
Oh man.
はあ、ダメね。全然ダメだわ。あんたにそれはできやしない。1986年の六軒島で何があったのか、私が全て白日のもとにさらしてやるわ。
I think it's his sister from the future, I think.
あんたなんて真実という春に怯える霜柱でしかないことを教えてやる。覚悟なさい、黄金の魔女。
So Battler's sisters stayed behind and
Beatrice!
they all died in the islands. And now she's trying to find what happened. But how does Rika come into play here? Died on the ninth twilight. Eva Beatrice. Nothing. Oh man. Ushiromiya Ange. Yep. Ushiromiya Kinzo died on the first twilight. Ushiromiya Krauss died on the seventh twilight. This is very different from the other. This is very different from the other credits. Died on the ninth, fourth twilight, sixth, second twilight. Died on the second twilight. Died on the ninth. Or no way. First twilight. Shannon. First twilight. Kanon. First twilight. I'm doubting Shannon actually. Still. Died on the first twilight. So whatever she said to Eva Beatrice was a lie. She didn't spell any red truth. She just acted as though something was happening and then made the light show and then made everything dark as to make a touching scene between her and Battler so she could finally get him on her side. Wow. Chester 410, yes. Need more. All the goats. Lambda Delta. Burn Castell. Third game. Banquet of the Golden Witch results. The Golden Land once again crumbled away into darkness. However, a winner has finally emerged in the Golden Witch's game. The winner is the new Golden Witch Eva Beatrice, because she solved the riddle Golden Time. The 17 all died. When the seagulls cried, just one person was left alive. Oh yeah, Eva didn't have a... Oh man. Just one person was left. Was it Eva? Eva killed the battler in the end, right? Oh man. Oh, a lot of things. Oh man, this was so tense in the later stages. Wow. So I think that's the third episode done. Then we have the tea party and then the question mark party, I guess. I'll see you next episode. Man. Wow. Episode 3 was a very bad, it was very bad for my emotions, but it was a very good roller coaster. I mean, oh, the opening, I'm sorry. I mean, let me tell you that this... Well, I felt like Eva Beatrice was the overall best character from the episode. I feel like Beatrice regained that a lot in the last few minutes. Still, there's something else there. So basically, my impressions of Beatrice still remain in line. Just that she took a whole episode to deceive Battler, but still you could see some hidden development in her. So she's not the ultimate big bad, I guess. I don't know what episode 4 will bring, but if I had to guess, maybe you'd see the two siblings fighting against Beatrice, I guess. Maybe Beatrice will throw in more witches. That'll be fun. Maybe Maria, or maybe Rosa. That would be great. So if I were to rank, I think episode 3 is on top because of how over the top everything was. There was so many magic battles, so many confusing stuff, so many great characters shining so brightly. Oh man. I guess it's continuously getting better as time goes on, so I guess episode 4 has a lot to live up to. But we still haven't seen the tea parties yet, so stay tuned, I guess, for the next episode. Now, thanks for watching.